Location: Tallgrass Prairie National Preserve, Kansas. Date: August 23, 2016. The grass moved like something breathing. Samantha Vance stood on the front porch of the Spring Hill Ranch house, watching the late August wind push waves across the tallgrass prairie, and thought, not for the first time, that this landscape could drive a person mad. The big blue stem stood over 6 feet tall this time of year, a golden green ocean that stretched to every horizon, broken only by the occasional limestone outcropping or the dark line of trees along a distant creek bed. There was nothing to stop the eye, nothing to anchor the mind, just grass, sky, and wind, endless and eternal, whispering secrets in a language older than human speech. She had transferred to Tallgrass Prairie National Preserve 3 years ago, drawn by the promise of quiet after a decade working the crowded trails of Great Smoky Mountains. She had wanted solitude, space to breathe, a place where the biggest problems were controlled burns and the occasional lost hiker who wandered off the marked paths. For the most part, the prairie had delivered. The preserve saw modest visitor numbers, nothing like the millions who flooded the famous parks, and the work was peaceful, rhythmic, tied to the seasons and the slow cycles of grassland ecology. But this summer had been different. Samantha finished her coffee and checked her watch. 7:15 a.m. The morning was already warm, the air thick with humidity that promised another brutally hot day. Her uniform clung to her skin despite the early hour. She had paperwork waiting inside, reports on the prairie chicken population, burn schedules for the fall, the usual bureaucratic tedium. But she couldn't make herself go in. Not yet. Not with Kyle Mercer's truck still sitting in the parking lot at the trailhead, exactly where it had been for the past 36 hours. Kyle Mercer, the third man to go missing this summer. The first had been in June. A tourist from Oklahoma City named Bradley Simmons, 42 years old, divorced, traveling alone. He had checked in at the visitor center, asked about the Southwind Nature Trail, and walked into the grass. His rental car sat in the lot for 3 days before anyone thought to report him missing. Search teams found nothing. No body, no belongings, no sign of where he had gone or what had happened. The official report listed him as a missing person, case ongoing. The second was in July. A local man named Travis Ward, 28, recently separated from his wife. He had told his brother he was going to the preserve to clear his head. His truck was found at the scenic overlook near the bison pasture. Like Bradley Simmons, Travis Ward had simply vanished. The grass had swallowed him whole. Now, Kyle Mercer, 35 years old, insurance adjuster from Wichita, driving through on his way to a conference in Kansas City. He had stopped at the preserve on a whim. Samantha had spoken to him herself, had given him a trail map and warned him about the heat. He had smiled and thanked her and walked out the door, and that was the last anyone had seen of him. 3 men, 3 disappearances, no bodies, no evidence, no explanation. Samantha keyed her radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Vance at Spring Hill. Any updates on the Mercer search?" The response came back scratchy but clear. "Negative, Ranger Vance. Search teams are assembling at the trailhead now. Sheriff's Department is sending a K-9 unit. You're cleared to join the search when ready." "Copy that. I'll head over now." She clipped the radio to her belt and stepped off the porch into the morning heat. The grass whispered around her as she walked toward her truck, and Samantha tried very hard not to think about the pattern she had noticed, the pattern no one else seemed to see. All 3 missing men had been alone. All 3 had been going through some kind of personal turmoil, divorce, separation, job stress, and all 3 had been last seen walking toward the same stretch of prairie, the area locals called the Bottomlands, where the grass grew tallest and the creeks ran dry in summer drought. She also tried not to think about what old Amos Whitehorse had told her last week, when she had driven out to his ranch to ask if he had seen anything unusual. Amos was Osage, one of the few remaining families who had lived on this land before it became a preserve. His grandfather had ranched these hills when they were still called the Flint Hills, before the Park Service came, before the tourists, before everything. Samantha had expected him to dismiss her questions. to offer some rational explanation for the disappearances. Instead, he had gone very quiet. "There's a woman," he had said finally, not meeting her eyes. "My grandmother used to tell stories. A woman who walks the prairie at night, beautiful beyond words, calling to men who have lost their way. The dear woman, she called her. She comes when men are weak, when their hearts are troubled. She shows them something. What they want most, or what they fear most, I was never sure. And then she takes them into the grass and they don't come back." Samantha had thanked him politely and left. Folklore, superstition, the kind of story that accumulated around any wild place, especially one as empty and strange as the tallgrass prairie. But driving toward the trailhead now, watching the grass move in waves that looked almost like fingers beckoning, she couldn't shake the feeling that Amos Whitehorse had been trying to warn her about something he knew was real. Kyle Mercer had seen her for the first time near the creek bed. He had been walking for maybe an hour, following the trail map the ranger had given him, trying to clear his head before the conference. The divorce had been finalized 2 weeks ago. 15 years of marriage, gone. His wife, ex-wife, had already moved her new boyfriend into the house that Kyle was still paying the mortgage on. The conference in Kansas City was supposed to be a distraction, a chance to focus on work instead of the slow-motion collapse of everything he had built. But the prairie wasn't distracting him. If anything, it was making everything worse. The emptiness of the landscape mirrored something inside him, some vast hollow space where his life used to be. He walked through the grass and felt himself disappearing, becoming as small and insignificant as the insects that buzzed around his head. That's when he saw her. She was standing near a dry creek bed, maybe 50 yards off the trail, partially hidden by the tall grass. A woman in a white dress, or something white anyway, flowing and loose in the wind. She was facing away from him, her dark hair moving in the breeze, and Kyle's first thought was that she must be lost. No one dressed like that for hiking. No one should be out here alone without water, without proper shoes, without... She turned and looked at him. Kyle stopped breathing. She was beautiful, not pretty, not attractive. Beautiful in a way that bypassed thought entirely, that reached into some deep animal part of his brain and pulled. Her face was perfect, symmetrical, with dark eyes that seemed to hold all the sadness in the world. She smiled at him, and Kyle felt something loosen in his chest, some knot of grief and anger and loneliness that had been tightening for months. "Are you lost?" he heard himself ask. "I was." Her voice was low and musical, carrying easily across the distance between them. "But I think I've found what I was looking for." She began walking toward him, moving through the grass with a fluid grace that seemed almost to float. Kyle knew he should stay on the trail. He knew he should ask her name, find out if she needed help, behave like a rational adult instead of standing frozen like a deer in headlights. But she was so beautiful. And she was looking at him like no one had looked at him in years, like he mattered, like he was worthy of attention, of desire, of love. She reached him and stood close, too close, closer than strangers should stand. He could smell her now, something floral and wild, like prairie flowers after rain, mixed with something else, something muskier, earthier. Her hand touched his arm, and her skin was cool despite the August heat. "Walk with me," she said. "I want to show you something." Kyle walked. The search team found Kyle Mercer's trail map at 10:47 a.m., lying in the grass about a quarter mile from the marked path. Samantha bagged it as evidence, noting the location on her GPS, trying to ignore the chill that ran down her spine despite the 90-degree heat. The map was pristine. No blood, no damage, no sign of struggle. It looked as though Kyle had simply set it down and walked away, abandoning the last connection to the trail that would have led him back to safety. "Got something over here?" One of the sheriff's deputies was waving from a spot near the creek bed maybe 30 yards away. Samantha pushed through the grass, feeling it close behind her like a curtain. The deputy was pointing at the ground, at a set of footprints pressed into the dry mud of the creek bank. 2 sets, actually. One clearly made by hiking boots, Kyle's size probably, and another set beside them, smaller, lighter, made by bare feet. No, not bare feet. Samantha crouched down, studying the prints. They were the right size for human feet, the right shape. But the impression was wrong. Instead of toes, the front of each print showed two distinct points, pressed deep into the mud. Like hooves. Like deer hooves. "The hell kind of tracks are those?" the deputy asked, leaning over her shoulder. "I don't know." Samantha took photos, measured the stride length, noted the direction the tracks were heading. Deeper into the bottomlands, away from any trail, toward the part of the prairie where the grass grew so tall it swallowed everything. Some kind of animal, maybe. Deer prints on top of human prints. But she knew that wasn't right. The hoof prints weren't on top of the human prints. They were beside them, matching them step for step, as if a person and a deer had been walking together. Or as if something that was both had been walking alone. She keyed her radio. "Dispatch, Ranger Vance. We found tracks heading into the bottomlands. 2 sets, 1 human, 1 unidentified, requesting additional search teams for the deep grass area." Static crackled for a long moment. Then, "Copy, Ranger Vance. Be advised, Weather Service is showing high fire danger today. Wind picking up from the south. Exercise extreme caution in the tall grass." Understood. Proceeding with caution. But as she stood and looked out at the sea of grass stretching toward the horizon, Samantha understood that caution might not be enough. Whatever had taken Kyle Mercer, whatever had taken Bradley Simmons and Travis Ward, was out there in the bottomlands, waiting, and it had been waiting for a very long time. Kyle didn't know how long they had been walking. Time had become strange since he met the woman in the white dress. The sun seemed to move in jumps, leaping across the sky in sudden lurches, and the prairie around them kept changing, now open and golden, now dense and green, now shadowed by clouds that appeared from nowhere. He should have been exhausted, dehydrated, desperate to turn back. Instead, he felt light, almost giddy, as if he were walking in a dream. The woman walked beside him, her hand occasionally brushing his, her voice a constant murmur that seemed to come from everywhere at once. She asked him about his life, his marriage, his divorce. She listened with an attention that felt absolute, as if his words were the most important sounds in the world. He told her things he had never told anyone, his fears, his failures, the shameful secret belief that he had deserved to be left, that he wasn't worth loving. She smiled when he said that, a strange smile, sad and hungry at the same time. "All men think that," she said. "All the men who come to me. They think they are worthless, unlovable. They think no one sees them. But you see me." Kyle wasn't sure if it was a statement or a question. "I see you." She stopped walking and turned to face him. They were deep in the grass now, so deep he couldn't see the sky, couldn't see anything but the golden stalks pressing close on all sides and her face. Her impossible face. Her dark eyes that held something ancient and patient. "I see what you are. Do you want to know what that is?" Kyle nodded. He couldn't have spoken if he tried. She leaned close enough to kiss, and whispered in his ear. He looked down. Her feet were wrong. Where bare feet should have been, he saw hooves, delicate, cloven, like a deer's, half hidden in the grass. And suddenly he understood. He understood what Amos Whitehorse's grandmother had known, what the old stories tried to warn about, what happened to men who followed beauty into the tall grass without asking where it led. "What are you?" His voice came out as a whisper. She smiled, showing teeth that were just slightly too sharp. "I am what has always been here," she said. "I am what waits for men who take without asking, who want without deserving. I am the judgment you have been running from your whole life." Kyle tried to run, but the grass had closed around him, pressing tight, holding him in place, and the last thing he saw was her face changing, still beautiful, still terrible, still smiling, as the prairie swallowed him whole. Samantha found him 3 hours later. He was sitting in a small clearing deep in the bottomlands, his back against a limestone boulder, his eyes open and staring at nothing. He was alive. She checked for a pulse immediately, called it in on the radio, but he wouldn't respond to his name, wouldn't respond to touch, wouldn't respond to anything. He just sat there, staring, his lips moving in words she couldn't hear. She leaned close, trying to make out what he was saying. "She showed me," Kyle whispered. "She showed me what I am." Kyle, can you hear me? I'm Ranger Vance. You're safe now. Help is coming." His eyes focused on her for the first time, but there was something wrong in them, something broken in a way that couldn't be fixed. "You're a woman," he said. "She doesn't take women. Women are safe from her. But the rest of us..." His voice trailed off into something that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. "The rest of us are just waiting our turn." The medevac helicopter arrived 20 minutes later. Kyle Mercer was airlifted to a hospital in Wichita, where he was admitted to the psychiatric ward with what the doctors called acute dissociative disorder of unknown origin. He would spend the next 3 months there, slowly relearning how to speak, how to eat, how to be a person. He never told anyone what he saw in the grass, but sometimes, late at night, the nurses heard him whimpering in his sleep, repeating the same words over and over. "She showed me. She showed me what I am." Samantha drove out to Amos Whitehorse's ranch that evening. The old man was sitting on his porch, watching the sunset paint the prairie in shades of gold and red. He didn't seem surprised to see her. He just nodded toward the empty chair beside him and waited. "I found him," Samantha said. "Kyle Mercer. He's alive. But not whole. No, not whole." They sat in silence for a while, watching the grass move in the evening wind. Finally, Samantha asked the question that had been burning in her mind all day. "The dear woman. How do you stop her?" Amos was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something that might have been grief. "You don't," he said. "She's not something to be stopped. She's something to be understood. My grandmother said she was old when the grass first grew here, old when the buffalo covered these hills like a brown sea. She's part of the land, part of the balance. The balance? Men who hurt women, men who take without giving, who use without caring. The dear woman finds them. She shows them what they are, the truth they've been hiding from. Some of them survive the seeing. Most don't." He looked at Samantha with eyes that held generations of knowing. The ones who disappear, the ones who don't come back. My grandmother said they become part of the grass. Their bodies feed the roots, and their spirits walk with her. Forever. Samantha thought about Bradley Simmons, divorced, traveling alone. Travis Ward, separated from his wife. Kyle Mercer, fresh from a broken marriage. All of them men at the edge of something, men carrying guilt or anger or shame. All of them drawn to the same stretch of prairie, the same deep grass, the same beautiful woman who waited where the paths ended. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. Amos smiled, and there was something almost like warmth in it. "Because you're a woman. She won't hurt you. And because someone needs to know what walks out there, what has always walked out there. Someone needs to remember the old stories." He looked back out at the prairie, at the grass now silver in the fading light. "Go home, Ranger Vance. Do your job. Write your reports. But when the men go missing, and they will go missing, they always do, don't waste time looking for something to punish. The prairie takes care of its own justice." Samantha drove home in the dark, the grass moving on both sides of the road like something watching her pass. She filed her reports. She closed the cases. Missing person, circumstances unknown. It was the only language the Park Service would accept. But sometimes, on nights when the wind blows just right, Samantha drives out to the bottomlands and parks at the edge of the tall grass. She doesn't get out. She just sits there watching, listening to the whispers that might be wind and might be something else. Once she thought she saw a figure moving through the grass in the moonlight, a woman in white, impossibly beautiful, leading someone by the hand toward a darkness that had no end. Samantha didn't follow. She wasn't meant to follow. But she remembers. And when the next man disappears, and there will be a next man, there always is, she will know what happened, even if she can never say it. The deer woman walks the tallgrass prairie, and she is always hungry. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 27, 2019. The fog came off Kabetogama Lake like something breathing, slow and deliberate, swallowing the shoreline an inch at a time. Garrett Moen stood on the dock behind the Ash River Visitor Center and watched it roll toward him across water so still it looked like hammered pewter. No wind. Not even the faintest ripple disturbed the surface, though the forecast had promised gusts up to 15 miles per hour by mid-morning. The air smelled of cold stone and something else beneath it, that particular mineral scent of deep water, the kind that never fully warms even in August. He had worked Voyageurs for 6 years now, long enough to know its rhythms better than he knew the patterns of his own sleep. Late October meant the park had entered its annual exhale, the summer crowds gone, the houseboats pulled from the water, most of the backcountry campsites closed until spring. Only a skeleton crew remained, himself, 2 maintenance workers finishing winterization on the Kettle Falls structures, and Linda Okonkwo running dispatch from the Rainy Lake Station 40 miles northwest. The silence this time of year wasn't empty. It was patient, the whole landscape holding its breath before the long freeze. Garrett finished his coffee standing there on the dock, watching the fog erase the far shore. The lake was deceptive in its stillness. Kabetogama alone covered over 25,000 acres, and it was only one of 4 major lakes within the park's boundaries. Interconnected waterways, bays, islands, peninsulas that looked like islands and islands that looked like peninsulas. The geography shifted depending on water levels, on light, on how well you thought you knew it. Garrett had pulled enough disoriented kayakers out of wrong channels to respect the maze. He'd also recovered 3 bodies in his time here, all drownings, all people who had underestimated how quickly cold water could kill. Back inside the visitor center, he logged his morning check-in with Linda. The radio crackled with the particular static that meant atmospheric interference, the approaching cold front already making itself felt in the electronics. Ash River, this is Rainy Lake. Good copy on your check-in. Weather Service bumped up that front, expecting first snow accumulation by 2200. You still showing that solo kayaker registered for Lost Bay? Garrett checked the permit log. Zoe Hartwell, 26, from Duluth. She'd registered the previous afternoon for a day paddle to Lost Bay and back, listed her expected return time as 1600 hours. Affirmative. She checked out one of the wrecked kayaks yesterday around 0800. Should have been back before dark. A pause. And she didn't return? Her car's still in the lot. Haven't seen her. Copy that. Keep me posted. Probably just decided to camp instead of paddle back in the dark. Weather was clear enough last night. Roger. Ash River out. Garrett set down the radio and looked at the clock on the wall. Just after 7:30, Zoe Hartwell had, according to her permit, 14 hours of experience in recreational kayaking. She'd checked yes on the form, asking if she'd paddled Voyageurs before. She'd declined the satellite beacon rental, noting in the comments that she wanted a real solo experience, no electronics except my camera. Garrett hadn't been on duty when she departed, but Kyle from maintenance had given her the standard briefing. Stay in marked channels, watch for submerged rocks, be off the water before dark. Temperature drops fast this time of year. All routine, all by the book. And yet Garrett couldn't shake the feeling that had started the moment he'd seen her car still sitting in the lot at sunrise. That particular weight in his chest that usually meant something had gone wrong, in a way that wasn't going to have a good ending. He spent the next hour performing the tasks that filled most of his late season days. Checked the water temperature at the dock thermometer, 41 degrees, cold enough to incapacitate a swimmer in under 15 minutes, kill in under 45. Inspected the kayak rack, one missing, the red 12-footer Zoe had taken. Walked the parking lot, looked through the window of her silver Honda CR-V, saw nothing unusual. A reusable water bottle in the cup holder, a paperback novel on the passenger seat, a University of Minnesota sweatshirt folded on the back seat. The ordinary artifacts of someone who expected to come back. The fog had thickened while he worked, reducing visibility to perhaps 100 yards. The lake had vanished entirely. Garrett could hear it, the soft lap of water against the dock pilings, but he couldn't see it. This wasn't unusual for late October. Fog formed when warm lake water met cold air, and the temperature differential this week had been significant. Nothing to worry about. Nothing that couldn't be explained. Still, he found himself standing at the water's edge again, listening. The silence was wrong. He couldn't identify why at first, and then it clicked. No birds. Not a single goose honking. No ravens calling from the pines. No woodpecker drumming in the distance. Just the water, lapping with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, and the fog breathing around him. Probably the pressure change from the front, he told himself. Animals sensed weather shifts before humans did. The birds had gone to shelter. He went back inside and radioed Linda. "Rainy Lake, this is Ash River. I'm going to take the patrol boat out to Lost Bay, check on our missing kayaker. Visibility's low but manageable." "Copy, Ash River. Check in every 30. Be careful out there. That fog's not supposed to lift until the front passes." Zoe had known she was making a mistake the moment the fog rolled in, but by then it was too late to do anything about it. She'd woken that morning in her tent on the small island she'd found. Not a designated campsite, but a flat patch of rock and pine that seemed safe enough for one night. The plan had been simple: break camp at first light, paddle the 4 miles back to Ash River, be in her car by noon. Easy. She'd done similar trips a dozen times on Lake Superior, and Kabetogama was gentler, more sheltered. No reason to worry. But the fog had come in while she'd slept, and when she unzipped her tent at 6 a.m., the world had been erased, white in every direction. She couldn't see the water 15 feet below her campsite. She couldn't see the trees she knew stood just behind her tent. For a long moment, she had the disorienting sensation that her little island was floating, untethered, drifting through an endless pale void. She checked her phone. No signal, as expected. She'd known there wouldn't be coverage out here. That was part of the appeal. A day away from the constant noise, the notifications, the demands. Just her and the water and the silence. The silence, though. It pressed against her ears like something physical. No wind, no birds. No sound at all except her own breathing and, somewhere below the fog, the faint slap of water against stone. She'd camped alone before and never minded the quiet. This was different. This quiet had weight. She ate a granola bar and waited. Fog burned off. Everyone knew that. The sun would rise, the air would warm, visibility would improve. She just had to be patient. By 8 o'clock, the fog had thickened. By 9, she couldn't see her own kayak pulled up on the rocks 20 feet away. By 10, she heard the splashing. It came from the water below, rhythmic, steady, like someone swimming. Zoe stood at the edge of her little rock shelf, peering down into the white nothing, and called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" The splashing stopped. Silence, thick and absolute, that terrible pressing silence that seemed to swallow her voice before it could travel more than a few feet. Then from somewhere out in the fog, a woman's voice. "Help me!" Zoe's heart lurched. "Hello? Where are you? Are you hurt? Please." The voice was strange. Not quite right in its cadence, the syllables spaced too evenly. "Please help me. I'm in the water." "Okay, hold on. I'm coming. Keep talking so I can find you." She scrambled down the rocks toward her kayak, her foot slipping once on moss she couldn't see. The fog was so thick now that she navigated by touch, hands finding the cold plastic of the hull, dragging it toward the water's edge. "Hello?" she called again. "Keep talking." Nothing. The voice had stopped. Zoe stood there, knee-deep in water so cold it burned, holding the kayak's bowline, straining to hear. The lake was absolutely still. No ripples, no movement. If someone had been swimming out there, there would be ripples. She waited a full minute. 2. The cold crept up her legs, numbing her calves, her knees. She should get out of the water. She should go back to her tent and wait for the fog to clear. "Help me." The voice again, but now it came from a different direction. Behind her toward the interior of the island, where there was no water at all. Zoe froze. The fog swirled around her like something alive. "Please," said the voice from the trees. "I'm so cold." Garrett piloted the patrol boat at dead slow, the fog pressing against the windshield like wet cotton. His GPS showed him 300 yards from the entrance to Lost Bay, but he could see nothing except gray-white murk and the occasional dark shape of a rock outcropping sliding past. He'd made this trip hundreds of times. He could navigate these channels in his sleep. But the fog had a way of making familiar water feel alien, and he found himself checking the depth finder more often than necessary, watching for the submerged boulders that lurked in the shallows. The radio crackled. "Ash River, this is Rainy Lake. Status check." "Rainy Lake, I'm approaching Lost Bay now. Visibility approximately 50 feet, holding steady. No sign of the kayaker yet." "Copy. Weather service now showing the front accelerating. Snow expected by 1800 instead of 2200. Recommend you conclude your search by 1600. "Understood. Ash River out." He entered Lost Bay and cut the engine, letting the boat drift while he listened. Lost Bay was a misnomer. It wasn't lost at all, just remote, accessible only through a narrow channel that most casual paddlers missed. The Ojibwe had called it something else, a name Garrett had heard once from an elder at a cultural center presentation, and couldn't quite remember now. Something that translated roughly to the water that watches. The silence here was absolute. No engine noise, no birds, no wind. Just the soft slap of water against the hull, and somewhere in the fog, the drip of condensation falling from pine branches. "Hello?" Garrett called out. "Zoe Hartwell? Park Service, can you hear me?" His voice disappeared into the fog. No echo. No response. Just that thick, waiting silence. He restarted the engine and continued deeper into the bay, scanning the shoreline, what little of it he could see, for any sign of a red kayak, a tent, a person. The fog played tricks on his eyes, shapes forming and dissolving at the edge of visibility. Twice he was certain he saw someone standing on the rocks, and twice the shape resolved into a dead tree or a boulder as he drew closer. The water beneath the boat was dark. The depth finder showed 40 feet, then 60, then, for one strange moment, nothing at all, as if the lake floor had simply ceased to exist. Then the reading snapped back, 72 feet. Kabatagama didn't go that deep. He checked the equipment, found nothing wrong, and decided the fog was interfering with the sonar. That was when he heard the voice. "Garrett." He spun toward the sound, heart hammering. It had come from the port side, out in the fog, close. A woman's voice, but not Zoe Hartwell. He'd never met her, wouldn't know her voice. This voice he knew. "Garrett, I found her." It was Linda Okonkwo, who was 40 miles away at the Rainy Lake station. Linda's voice, unmistakably, coming from somewhere out there in the water. He grabbed the radio. "Rainy Lake, this is Ash River. Linda, did you copy that?" Static. Then Linda's voice from the radio. "Ash River, say again? You're breaking up." "I thought I heard..." He stopped. The voice had come from outside the boat, not from the radio. But that was impossible. Linda was 40 miles away. "Never mind, Rainy Lake. Do you have any other vessels in the Lost Bay area?" "Negative, Ash River. You're the only one out there. Is everything okay?" "Yeah," he said. But his eyes were scanning the fog, searching for the source of that voice. "Yeah, everything's fine. Continuing search. Ash River out." He set down the radio. The fog swirled. The water lay flat and still, impossibly still, like a sheet of black glass. "Garrett." The voice again, closer now, intimate, as if the speaker were standing right beside him. "She's right here. Come see." It was Linda's voice. Exactly Linda's voice. The slight Minnesotan accent, the way she emphasized certain syllables. But Linda never called him by his first name. Over the radio, in all their communications, she called him Ash River or Moen. Never Garrett. He thought suddenly of the stories the Ojibwe elder had told at that presentation years ago. Stories about the spirits that lived in these waters. Ancient things, older than the pines, older than the bedrock. Things that knew the lakes intimately, every depth and current and hidden channel. Things that could call to you in the voices of people you trusted. Things that pulled you under and never let you surface. The elder had shown slides of the pictographs, red ochre paintings on cliff faces throughout the region, some over 1,000 years old. Serpentine shapes with horned heads and spiked tails. The underwater panther, Mishipeshu. The Ojibwe had paddled these waters for generations, and they had rules. Never boat alone. Never answer a voice from the lake at night. Never look too long at still water. Garrett had smiled politely at those stories. He was a park ranger, a professional. He dealt in GPS coordinates and water temperature readings and practical search protocols. He didn't believe in spirits, but here, now, in the fog, with something calling his name in Linda's voice. "She's drowning, Garrett." The voice came from the water itself now, from directly below the boat. "She's so cold, you have to help her." He looked down. The water was black and still and absolutely flat, and something was looking back at him. Not a face. Not exactly. Just an awareness, a presence, a vast cold intelligence regarding him from the depths, with patient, ancient interest. The water hadn't rippled once. Garrett's hands were shaking as he restarted the engine. Zoe ran. She didn't know what she was running from exactly. The voice had gone silent, the fog showed her nothing, but something deep in her hindbrain, some ancient instinct from before humans had words, screamed at her to move. She crashed through underbrush she couldn't see, branches scraping her face and arms, her foot catching on a root and sending her sprawling. The fog pressed down on her like a physical weight. She scrambled to her feet and kept moving, no direction in mind, just away. Away from the water, away from the voice that had known her name, even though she hadn't told anyone her name out here. Not out loud, not once. Zoe. She stopped. The voice came from directly in front of her. "Zoe, it's okay. I'm here to help." A shape in the fog. A figure standing perhaps 10 feet away, features obscured by the white murk. Tall, still, waiting. "Who are you?" Her voice came out as a whisper. "I'm a ranger," the figure said. "I've been looking for you. You're lost. I can help you get back." Relief flooded through her. Warm, overwhelming, nearly buckling her knees. A ranger. Of course, they would have noticed she hadn't returned. They would have sent someone. She took a step toward the figure. "That's right," the voice said. "Come here. Come closer." Another step. The fog shifted, and for just a moment she caught a clearer glimpse of the shape. The proportions were wrong. The limbs too long. The head tilted at an angle no human neck could achieve. "Come closer, Zoe. I'm here to help." She ran, back toward the water, because there was nowhere else to go, because the kayak was her only chance. The fog swallowed her, released her, swallowed her again. She couldn't see, couldn't breathe, her lungs burning and her heart slamming against her ribs. The ground sloped downward. She was getting close to the shore. She burst out of the trees and saw her kayak, still there, still waiting at the water's edge. The fog over the lake had thinned slightly. She could see perhaps 30 feet of flat black water before the white curtain closed again. She grabbed the bowline, dragged the kayak into the shallows, climbed in, grabbed the paddle, and stopped. There was something in the water. Just at the edge of visibility, a shape moved beneath the surface. Large, sinuous, circling her with slow, deliberate patience. Zoe sat frozen, paddle raised, unable to move. The shape completed one circuit, then another. She could see it more clearly now as it rose toward the surface. Not a fish, not a wave, but something with mass and intention and terrifying grace. It surfaced. Not a face. Not exactly. But eyes, certainly. Eyes that held intelligence older than the lake, older than the bedrock, older than the glaciers that had carved these waters. Eyes that looked at her and knew her completely, knew every fear she'd ever had and found them uninteresting. The water hadn't rippled once. "We've been waiting for you," the lake said, in her mother's voice. "We've been waiting so long," Zoe screamed. Garrett found the kayak at 14:23 hours drifting empty in the center of Lost Bay. The paddle floated nearby. Zoe Hartwell's life jacket was still clipped inside the cockpit, unused. He searched until the snow started falling. He searched until Linda ordered him back, her voice tight with worry over the radio. He searched until the cold made his hands stop working and the visibility dropped to zero, and the lake lay around him, flat and black and utterly silent, like something waiting. They never found Zoe Hartwell's body. The official report listed presumed drowned, circumstances undetermined. The water temperature, Garrett wrote, would have caused incapacitation within 15 minutes and death within 45. She had not been wearing her life jacket. She had likely fallen from the kayak during the fog event and been unable to climb back in. He didn't write about the voice he'd heard, calling his name in the fog. He didn't write about the shape he'd seen beneath the boat, that vast, patient intelligence regarding him from the depths. He didn't write about how, just before he'd fled Lost Bay, he had looked back and seen the water move. Not rippling, not waving, just shifting, rearranging itself, as if something enormous had rolled over in its sleep, deep below the surface and settled back into stillness. Garrett requested a transfer 2 weeks later. Arizona, Nevada, Utah, anywhere without lakes, anywhere the water didn't watch. His request was denied. Budget cuts. He returned to Voyageurs the following spring, when the ice melted and the water opened up again, black and still and waiting. Some nights when the fog rolled in, he heard voices calling from the lake. Voices he recognized, voices he trusted. He never answered. But sometimes, standing on the dock in the early morning, he looked out at the flat water and saw something looking back. Something that remembered him. Something that was patient. Something that knew, eventually, everyone came to the water. And the water was deep. And the water was cold. And the water never forgot. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: November 22nd, 2017. And the coffee had gone cold in Garrett's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the edge of the Kabetogama Lake overlook for nearly 20 minutes, watching the way the morning light caught the thin skin of ice forming along the shoreline. It wasn't solid yet, wouldn't be for another few weeks if the temperatures held. But the water had taken on that particular stillness that preceded the deep freeze, as if the lake itself were holding its breath. Voyageurs in late November existed in a state of suspension. The summer crowds had vanished months ago. The ice fishermen and snowmobilers wouldn't arrive until late December at the earliest. For now, the park belonged to the skeleton crew that maintained it. 3 rangers covering over 200,000 acres of interconnected waterways, boreal forest, and rocky islands that most Americans would never see. Garrett Vance had worked these woods for 7 years, long enough to know the rhythm of each season's transition. He knew the way sound changed when the freeze began, how voices carried farther across the hardening water, how the forest dampened to a hush as animals settled into their winter patterns. He knew which bays froze first and which stayed treacherous well into January, where the currents ran warm beneath deceptively solid-looking ice. The Ojibwe who had lived here for generations before the park's establishment had names for these places, warnings passed down through centuries. Garrett had learned some of them from Bill Makwa, the tribal liaison who visited each spring to coordinate fishing rights. The old man had a way of telling stories that made them feel less like legends and more like weather reports, matter-of-fact descriptions of things that simply were. He took a sip of the cold coffee and grimaced. The morning routine had been unremarkable. Equipment check at the Ash River Station, Radio test with dispatch in International Falls. Review of the week's backcountry permits. Only one name on the list for the holiday week. A solo hiker named Abigail Thornton, 28, registered for a 3-day trip to the Cruiser Lake Trail System. Her permit application noted previous backcountry experience in the Boundary Waters and Isle Royale. She'd listed her emergency contact as a sister in Duluth. Under trip purpose, she had written simply, "I need to be somewhere quiet for a while." Garrett understood that impulse. People came to Voyageurs for many reasons, but solitude was the most common. The park offered a particular kind of emptiness that was hard to find elsewhere. Not the dramatic emptiness of desert or mountain, but something older and more patient. The boreal forest didn't demand attention. It simply existed, vast and indifferent, swallowing human presence like water absorbing a single drop of ink. He keyed his radio as he walked back toward the truck. Dispatch Unit 12, completing morning patrol of Kabetogama Overlook. Heading to Ash River for vehicle maintenance, over. The response came clear despite the distance. Copy that, Unit 12. Be advised, we've got a weather system moving in from the northwest. Temperatures dropping to single digits tonight. Possible snow after midnight. Over. Understood, dispatch. I'll make sure the backup generator's fueled. Unit 12 out. The drive back to the station took him along the edge of the lake, through corridors of black spruce and paper birch that had already shed their leaves. The sky hung low and gray, the kind of overcast that felt like a ceiling pressing down on the world. Garrett found himself glancing at the water more often than usual, though he couldn't have said why. The lake looked the same as it always did this time of year, dark, still, patient. But there was something in the quality of the silence that morning that made him check his mirrors, made him slow the truck at curves to listen before accelerating again. At the Ash River station, he spent an hour on routine maintenance, checking fluid levels in the patrol boat that wouldn't be needed again until spring, inventorying the emergency supplies in the backcountry cache, testing the satellite phone that served as their backup when radio signals failed. The work was meditative, familiar. He'd done these same tasks hundreds of times. His hands knew the motions without conscious thought, leaving his mind free to wander through the day's small concerns. The permit holder, Abigail Thornton, should be finishing her second day on the trail by now. She'd planned to camp at Cruiser Lake tonight, then loop back to the trailhead by tomorrow afternoon. Standard route, well marked, nothing that should cause problems for an experienced hiker. And yet, Garrett paused with his hand on the satellite phone, frowning at nothing in particular. There was a feeling he'd learned to trust over his years in the wilderness, a low hum of unease that preceded storms, predator activity, the kinds of situations that went wrong in ways no checklist could predict. He felt it now, faint but persistent, like a radio frequency just below the threshold of hearing. He shook his head and finished the inventory. Probably just the weather change. Barometric pressure drops did strange things to the nervous system. By early afternoon, the temperature had fallen 12 degrees and the sky had darkened to the color of old bruises. Garrett was reviewing trail conditions in the station office when the radio crackled to life. Unit 12, this is dispatch. We've received a satellite ping from the Cruiser Lake area. Looks like someone activated a spot beacon. Can you respond? Over. Garrett felt his stomach tighten. Spot beacons were personal locator devices. Hikers carried them for emergencies when they were beyond cell range. An activation could mean anything from a twisted ankle to something far worse. Dispatch Unit 12, I copy. Do we have identification on the beacon? Over. Affirmative. Registration shows Abigail Thornton, permit holder for the Cruiser Lake Loop. Beacon activated at 1347. No message attached. Just the distress signal. Over. Copy that, dispatch. I'm gearing up now. ETA to the trailhead is approximately 45 minutes. I'll report when I'm on foot. Over. Be advised, Unit 12, backup from the Rainy Lake station is at least 3 hours out due to a boat issue. You may be solo on this one until we can coordinate. Over. Understood. Unit 12 out. Garrett moved through the station with practiced efficiency, pulling his pack from the ready rack, checking his first aid kit, his emergency blanket, his headlamp with fresh batteries. The Cruiser Lake Trail was a 6-mile round trip from the nearest road access, manageable in good weather, but the failing light and dropping temperatures compressed his window. If Abigail was injured, he'd need to reach her before dark. If she was something worse than injured, the timeline became even more critical. He tried not to think about what something worse might mean. Abigail had known something was wrong since yesterday afternoon. Though she couldn't have explained exactly what, the trail had been clear, her navigation precise, her body strong from months of training for exactly this kind of solo trip. She'd needed this. Needed the silence, the solitude, the chance to exist for a few days without the weight of other people's expectations pressing against her skull. The divorce had been finalized in September. The house had sold in October. By November, she'd realized that what she was feeling wasn't grief exactly, but something closer to disorientation, as if she'd been living someone else's life for years and had only just noticed. The forest was supposed to help. It always had before. But yesterday, somewhere between the 2nd and 3rd mile marker, she'd started to feel watched. Not the ordinary awareness of sharing space with wildlife. She'd grown up in northern Minnesota, knew the difference between a deer's cautious attention and a bear's territorial interest. This was something else. A pressure at the edge of her perception, like someone standing just outside her field of vision, matching her pace step for step. She'd stopped twice to scan the trees, to listen for movement in the underbrush. Nothing. Just the wind stirring the spruce boughs, the distant call of a raven, the crunch of her own boots on the frozen ground. She'd made camp at Cruiser Lake as planned, pitched her tent on the designated platform, cooked her dinner over a small propane stove. The routine was comforting in its familiarity. She'd done this dozens of times. There was nothing to fear from a forest, she understood. But that night, she'd dreamed of hunger. Not her own hunger, something else's. A vast, aching emptiness that had no bottom, that consumed and was never filled. She'd woken at 3 a.m. with her heart pounding, certain she'd heard someone calling her name from across the frozen lake. The voice had sounded like her mother, who had been dead for 6 years. She'd lain awake until dawn, telling herself it was just the wind, just the strange acoustics of the water, just the isolation playing tricks on an exhausted mind. By morning, she'd almost convinced herself, but then she'd found the footprints. They circled her tent in a perfect ring, pressed deep into the frost-hardened ground. Human footprints, barefoot, each one longer and narrower than any foot should be. They started nowhere and ended nowhere. Just the circle, complete and precise, as if someone had walked around her shelter all night without ever arriving or departing. Abigail had stared at them for a long time, her breath clouding in the frozen air, her rational mind struggling to construct an explanation that made sense. A prank from another hiker. An animal track she was misreading. A pattern in the frost that only looked like footprints from certain angles. None of these explanations felt true. She'd packed up her camp with shaking hands, abandoning her plan to spend another night on the trail. The trailhead was 6 miles back. She could make it in 3 hours if she pushed, be in her car by early afternoon, drive to Duluth and her sister's apartment in central heating and walls that locked. She'd activated her spot beacon as a precaution, not a full emergency, just a check-in, a breadcrumb trail in case something went wrong. Something was going to go wrong. She knew it now with a certainty that bypassed rational thought entirely. The forest felt different today. The spaces between the trees seemed deeper, darker, as if the shadows were pooling into something solid. The silence had a texture to it, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something listening. Abigail walked faster, her boots finding the trail by memory as her eyes scanned the tree line, the frozen lake shore, the dense stands of spruce that blocked the weak November light. She was 2 miles from the trailhead when she heard the voice. Abigail. It came from her left, from somewhere out on the lake. The ice wasn't safe yet. Everyone knew that. Every sign at every access point warned against it. But the voice came from the ice anyway. It sounded like her mother. It sounded exactly like her mother. The particular way she'd always said Abigail's name with a slight emphasis on the second syllable, a rhythm that no one else had ever quite replicated. Abigail, sweetheart. I'm out here. I need help." She stopped walking. Her hands were trembling, and it wasn't from the cold. The voice was impossible. Her mother was dead, had been dead for 6 years, had died in a hospital in Minneapolis with Abigail holding her hand. This was not her mother. This could not be her mother. "Please," the voice called. It was closer now, though she hadn't seen anything move across the ice. "I'm so cold. I've been waiting for you. Please come help me." Abigail's feet took a step toward the lake before her mind caught up and screamed at her to stop. The ice. The ice wasn't safe. Even if there was someone out there, which there wasn't, there couldn't be, she couldn't reach them. She would fall through. She would drown in water so cold it would stop her heart in minutes. "Mom?" The word escaped before she could stop it. A small and broken sound that the forest swallowed without echo. Silence. The voice had stopped. The pressure of being watched intensified, became almost physical, a weight against her chest that made it hard to breathe. Abigail turned back to the trail, and the trail wasn't there. Where the path had been, clear and well marked just moments ago, there was only forest. Dense, identical spruce in every direction, their dark boughs interlocking like fingers. She spun, orienting herself by the lake. The lake was still there. She could see the gray expanse of it through the trees, but the trail had vanished as if it had never existed, as if the forest had simply closed behind her like a door. Her spot beacon. She grabbed for it, pressed the emergency button with fingers gone clumsy from cold and fear. The device beeped, confirming transmission. Help would come. She just had to stay calm. Stay where she was. Wait for rescue. Abigail. The voice was behind her now. Not from the lake, from the forest. From everywhere at once, the words stretching and distorting until it barely sounded like language anymore. She ran. Garrett reached the trailhead as the first snowflakes began to fall. The sky had darkened prematurely, clouds pressing down like a lid being closed on a box. He shouldered his pack and moved onto the trail at a pace just short of jogging, his flashlight cutting a narrow tunnel through the gathering dusk. The beacon coordinates placed Abigail's distress signal about 2 miles in, near where the trail skirted the eastern shore of Cruiser Lake. If she was mobile, she might be heading toward him. If she was injured, he'd find her along the route. The forest felt wrong. Garrett had walked this trail perhaps 100 times over the years, knew every bend and landmark, every overlook and stream crossing. But tonight the familiar geography seemed subtly altered, as if the trees had shifted position when he wasn't looking. The silence was absolute. No wind, no animal sounds, not even the creak of branches under the weight of new snow. Just his own footsteps, his own breathing, the rustle of his jacket with each stride. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch Unit 12. I'm on the Cruiser Lake Trail, approximately 1 mile from the beacon coordinates. No visual on the permit holder yet. Trail conditions are deteriorating with snowfall. Over." Static answered him. Not the clean static of distance or interference. Something else. Something that rose and fell in patterns that almost sounded like breathing. "Dispatch, do you copy? Over." The static shifted. Through it, very faintly, he heard what sounded like a woman's voice saying his name. But the voice didn't come from the radio. It came from somewhere ahead on the trail, muffled by distance and snowfall. "Abigail?" he called. "Abigail Thornton? This is Park Ranger Vance. Can you hear me?" "Garrett." The voice was clearer now. It sounded familiar, though he couldn't place it. "Garrett, I'm hurt. Please help me." He moved toward the sound, his flashlight beam sweeping the trail ahead. The snow was falling harder now, big wet flakes that clung to his jacket and melted against his face. Visibility was dropping fast. He should be able to see the lake by now. The trail ran within 50 feet of the shore at this point. But there was only forest, black spruce pressing close on both sides like walls of a narrowing corridor. "Keep talking," he called. "I'm coming to you. Where are you hurt?" "I'm so hungry." The voice had changed. It was still familiar, still almost recognizable, but there was something wrong with it now. A hollowness, an echo that didn't match the dense forest acoustics. "I've been waiting so long. I'm so hungry and so cold." Garrett stopped walking. His hand moved to the bear spray on his belt, though he knew even as he reached for it that bear spray wouldn't help with what was happening. He thought of Bill Makwa's stories, told in that matter-of-fact tone over cups of black coffee in the Ash River station. The old man had talked about things that lived in these woods before the Europeans came, before the Ojibwe came, before anyone came. Things that were part of the land itself, patient and ancient and terrible. Things that wore hunger like a skin. "You're not Abigail," Garrett said. His voice was steady, though his heart was hammering against his ribs. What happened to her? Laughter answered him, not from one direction but from all directions at once, a sound like ice cracking under pressure. The trees around him seemed to lean inward, their boughs heavy with more than snow. The temperature had plummeted. His breath came in thick white clouds that hung motionless in the dead air. She was hungry too. The voice was everywhere now, sourceless and vast. They all are at the end. When the emptiness grows large enough, they finally understand. They finally see what I see. A world made of mouths, all of them starving, all of them reaching for something that will never fill them. Garrett's flashlight flickered. In the strobe of failing light, he saw something standing at the edge of the beam. Tall, too tall. Its proportions wrong in ways his mind refused to process. For a single frozen moment, he met its eyes and felt the hunger inside them, an absence so profound it threatened to pull him in like a current. Then the light steadied and it was gone. Abigail. He was running now, following the trail by instinct and desperation, crashing through underbrush that tore at his jacket and pants. "Abigail, where are you?" He found her in a clearing that shouldn't have existed. She was sitting with her back against a boulder, her knees drawn up to her chest, her eyes wide and unblinking. Frost covered her exposed skin, glittered in her hair, but she was alive. He could see her breath, shallow and rapid, clouding in the frozen air. She didn't react when he approached, didn't seem to see him at all. "Abigail, I'm Ranger Vance. I'm here to help you." He knelt beside her, checking her pulse, thready but present, her pupils, responsive but unfocused. Hypothermia, maybe. Shock, definitely, but something else too. Something in the way she stared past him at the trees, her lips moving soundlessly. "It's still here," she whispered. Her voice was raw, as if she'd been screaming for hours. "It showed me what it sees. All the hunger. All the empty places where people used to be. It doesn't want to kill us, that's not enough. It wants us to understand first. To feel what it feels forever." "We're leaving," Garrett said. "Can you walk?" "I need you to try to walk." She looked at him then, finally focused on his face. Her expression held something beyond fear, a terrible comprehension, as if she'd glimpsed a truth too large for human minds to contain. "It lets you find me," she said. "It wants you to take me back, to bring the hunger with us." Garrett pulled her to her feet. She was ice cold, her movements stiff and uncoordinated, but she could walk. That was enough. It had to be enough. He wrapped his emergency blanket around her shoulders and oriented himself by his compass. The trail was gone, the familiar landmarks erased, but north was still north. The trailhead was northeast. They would walk northeast until they found the road. Behind them, in the darkness between the trees, something followed. He could feel its attention like a hand pressed between his shoulder blades, patient and amused. It didn't need to catch them. It had all the time in the world. It had already planted something in Abigail's mind, something in his own mind, a seed of emptiness that would grow in the quiet hours, in the spaces between sleep and waking, until the hunger felt like their own. They walked for what felt like hours. The snow stopped, then started again. Garrett's radio remained dead. His flashlight held, barely, its beam growing weaker as the batteries drained. And then, finally, impossibly, he saw the trailhead parking lot through the trees. His truck was where he'd left it. Abigail's rental car sat beside it, already buried under 2 inches of snow. Garrett helped her into the passenger seat of his truck, started the engine, cranked the heat to maximum. She was shivering violently now, a good sign, he told himself. Shivering meant her body was still fighting. What was it? He asked, though part of him didn't want to know. What did you see out there? Abigail stared through the windshield at the dark wall of forest behind the parking lot. The trees stood motionless, unbothered by the wind that had begun to pick up. Between two massive spruces, just at the edge of the headlight beams, he thought he saw a shape, tall, patient, watching them drive away. It used to be a person, she said softly. A long time ago. It was so hungry it ate itself, and then it ate everything else, and it's still hungry. It's always going to be hungry. She turned to face him, and there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before. A depth, a darkness, a hollow space where something essential had been removed. And now I am too. The official report listed the incident as hiker disorientation due to weather conditions, no injuries, no further action required. Abigail Thornton was treated for mild hypothermia at the Rainy Lake Medical Center and released the following morning. She drove back to Duluth and never returned to Voyageurs. Garrett finished the season and requested a transfer in December. He cited family reasons. The request was approved. But before he left, he returned to the Cruiser Lake Trail one final time. He walked the entire loop in full daylight on a clear day with temperatures well above freezing. The trail was exactly where it should be. The landmarks were familiar. The forest sounded normal. Birds, wind, the distant cry of a loon on the water. At the clearing where he'd found Abigail, he stopped. The boulder was there, real and solid and ordinary. No footprints in the soil. No sign that anything unusual had ever occurred. But as he turned to leave, he heard it, faint, distant, from somewhere out on the frozen lake. Garrett. His mother's voice. His mother, who had died when he was 17, who had called him by his full name when she was angry, and by a nickname when she was proud. His mother's voice, impossible and perfect, drifting across the ice. I've been waiting, sweetheart. I'm so hungry. Please come help me. Garrett walked back to his truck. He didn't run. He didn't look back. He drove south that afternoon and didn't stop until he reached Des Moines, where the trees were smaller and the forest had edges and the winters were gentle enough that nothing ancient ever woke from its long, patient sleep. Some nights, he still dreams of hunger. Not his own. Something else's. Vast and cold and eternal, waiting in the space between the trees where no trail leads and no search party follows. He wakes with his stomach aching, with an emptiness no meal can fill. He tells himself it will fade. He tells himself he left it behind in those northern woods. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before dawn, he hears a voice calling his name from very far away. And each time it sounds a little closer. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: November 18, 2011. In the morning, mist clung to the surface of Cedar Creek like something alive, curling between the knees of bald cypress trees that rose from the black water in silent congregation. Derek Rawlings stood on the elevated boardwalk near the Harry Hampton Visitor Center, coffee thermos warming his palms, and watched the swamp wake up. November had been strange this year. Warm and wet, the air thick with humidity that belonged to August rather than the edge of winter. The forecast called for storms by evening, a system pushing up from the Gulf that would drop several inches of rain on ground already saturated from weeks of flooding. The water table sat high, transforming the forest floor into a mirror that reflected the massive loblolly pines and ancient hardwoods in perfect, unsettling symmetry. He had worked Congaree for 7 years now, long enough to know its moods and rhythms, the way the light changed through the canopy at different seasons, the particular silence that settled over the bottomland when the barred owls stopped calling. This was the largest intact old-growth bottomland hardwood forest left in the country, over 26,000 acres of primordial swamp that looked much as it had before Europeans ever set foot on this continent. The trees here were champions, state and national record holders, some of them, rising 150 feet or more into a canopy so dense that summer visitors often remarked it felt like twilight even at noon. Derek loved this place in a way he found difficult to articulate, a bone-deep appreciation for its antiquity, its indifference to human concerns, the way it simply continued existing as it had for millennia while the world outside changed beyond recognition. He finished his coffee as the first hints of true daylight began to filter through the mist. The morning routine was second nature now. Check the weather radio, review the overnight logs, verify that the trail condition boards were updated to reflect current water levels. The Weston Lake Loop Trail was closed due to flooding, had been for 2 weeks, but the boardwalk loop and the first mile of the Bluff Trail remained accessible. Derek noted that a single vehicle had been logged in the overnight register, a silver Honda Civic South Carolina plates, registered to one Samantha Marsh of Columbia. She had signed in at 4:47 p.m. the previous day, listing her intended route as the Kingsnake Trail to Wise Lake and back, expected return by dark. She had not signed out. Derek checked the lot. The silver Civic sat alone near the trailhead, windshield pearled with moisture from the night's humidity. He walked a slow circle around the vehicle, noting the details automatically. Doors locked, no signs of disturbance, a reusable water bottle visible in the cup holder, a paperback book splayed open on the passenger seat. On the dashboard, a handwritten note. Sam, meet you at the Kingsnake Junction at 5. If I'm late, start without me. M. The paper was dated yesterday. Derek frowned. The register showed only one name, one vehicle. Whoever M was, they had either never arrived or had come and gone without signing in. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 3 at Congaree. I've got a vehicle in the overnight lot, single registrant, intended return by dark yesterday. No sign out. Requesting a welfare check authorization. The response came back clear, the familiar voice of Linda at the district office. Copy that, Unit 3. What's the registrant's intended route? Kingsnake Trail to Wise Lake. Water's high out there, she would have had to wade in places. Understood. You're clear to proceed with the welfare check. Keep us posted. Weather Service is showing that storm system moving faster than expected. You've got maybe 4 hours before it gets ugly out there. Copy, dispatch. Beginning welfare check at 0715. We'll report in hourly. Derek gathered his pack. Water, first aid kit, GPS unit, extra radio batteries, the machete he carried for clearing downed limbs after storms. He paused at the trailhead, studying the soft mud where the boardwalk gave way to natural ground. Footprints, a single set of hiking boots, size 7 or 8, heading northeast toward the Kingsnake Junction. The prints were partially filled with water, edges softened by the night's humidity, but still readable. Samantha Marsh had come this way. The first mile passed without incident. Derek moved at a steady pace, his boots finding the familiar rhythm of the trail, eyes scanning for any sign of the missing hiker. The forest closed around him in layers, the understory of dwarf palmettos and switch cane, the mid-story of red maples and sweet gums, and above it all the towering canopy of loblolly pines and bald cypresses draped in Spanish moss that hung like tattered curtains in the still air. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft squelch of his footsteps and the occasional distant call of a pileated woodpecker. He found the first oddity at the Kingsnake Junction. The trail split here, one branch continuing toward Wise Lake, the other curving south toward the river bluffs. A wooden trail marker stood at the intersection, its carved lettering worn smooth by decades of humidity and floods. Someone had scratched something into the soft wood below the official text. Recent, by the look of it, the exposed wood still pale against the weathered gray. Derek leaned close. 3 words, gouged deep with what might have been a car key or a pocket knife. Wrong way back. He photographed the vandalism with his phone, frowning. The scratches looked frantic, the letters uneven, as if carved in haste. Below them, barely visible, was a symbol he didn't recognize, a rough circle with a single vertical line through its center, like a stylized eye. The footprints continued toward Wise Lake. Samantha had started to feel uneasy around mile 2. It was nothing she could name, not at first, just a prickling awareness at the back of her neck, the sense that the forest was paying attention to her in a way it hadn't before. She was an experienced hiker, had done this trail twice in previous years, knew its landmarks and its quirks. But the flooding had changed things. Familiar stretches now lay under inches or feet of tea-dark water, forcing her to wade through sections she remembered as dry ground. The water was surprisingly warm, blood temperature, and opaque enough that she couldn't see her feet. Anything could be down there. She tried not to think about cottonmouths. The light was wrong, too. It should have been late afternoon gold filtering through the canopy, but instead the forest seemed to exist in a perpetual gray twilight, the sun invisible behind the building clouds. Samantha checked her watch. 5:23 p.m. Marcus should have met her at the junction 20 minutes ago. She had waited, then decided to push on, figuring he must have taken a wrong turn, would catch up eventually. Now, wading through thigh-deep water with the trail markers increasingly difficult to spot, she was beginning to regret that decision. The silence was what finally made her stop. It descended like a held breath. One moment the swamp was alive with the sounds of frogs and insects and distant birdsong. The next there was nothing. Absolute nothing. Samantha stood motionless in the warm water, straining to hear anything at all. Her own breathing seemed obscenely loud. Her heartbeat pulsed in her ears. She became aware, with the particular clarity of sudden fear, that she was utterly alone in 26,000 acres of trackless swamp, standing in water she couldn't see through, in a silence so complete it felt intentional. Something moved at the edge of her vision. She turned, heart lurching, but there was nothing. Only the endless gray columns of cypress trunks, the hanging moss, the dark water reflecting a sky the color of old bruises. She was certain she had seen movement. A shape, low to the water, sliding between the trees, maybe 30 yards to her left. A log, maybe. An alligator. Something with a reasonable explanation. But the silence continued, pressing against her ears like something physical, and Samantha Marsh began to walk faster. Derek reached Wise Lake at 8:47, having waded through 4 stretches of flooded trail, the water reaching his waist in places. The lake itself was barely distinguishable from the surrounding swamp, its borders lost to the high water, the cypress knees jutting from the surface like the fingers of something buried and trying to claw free. He paused on a relatively dry hummock to radio dispatch. Dispatch Unit 3, I'm at Wise Lake, no sign of the missing hiker yet. Trail conditions are rough, significant flooding throughout. I'm going to continue northwest along the lake shore, see if she tried to loop back via the Oak Ridge connector. Static crackled for a long moment before Linda's voice came through, distant and slightly distorted. Copy, Unit 3. Be advised. Storm system. Accelerating. Recommend you 30 minutes. Back to trailhead. Dispatch, you're breaking up. Say again. But the radio offered only static now, a hissing white noise that seemed to pulse and breathe like something alive. Derek checked the batteries, checked the channel, tried again. Nothing. He was alone. He continued along the lake shore. The wrongness accumulated gradually, a cypress knee that seemed to have moved between glances. Impossible, of course, but he could have sworn it was 10 feet to his left a moment ago, and now it stood directly in his path. A smell that didn't belong. Flowers, sweet and cloying, like gardenias, though nothing bloomed in the swamp this time of year, and sounds that started filtering back into the silence, but wrong sounds. A barred owl calling in the full light of morning, when they should be sleeping. The splash of something large moving through water, always just out of sight, always stopping the moment he turned to look. Derek found the backpack at 0923. It hung from a low branch over the water, a purple day pack with a water bottle clipped to the side strap. The same water bottle he had seen in the silver Civic. Samantha Marsh's pack. Derek waded to it, pulled it down, checked the contents. Protein bars, a rain jacket, a phone with a dead battery, a wallet containing a driver's license that confirmed the owner's identity. The pack was unzipped, its contents dry, as if it had been placed here carefully rather than dropped or lost, as if someone had hung it up for him to find. A sound behind him, close. Derek spun, hand going to the machete at his belt. Nothing. The swamp stretched away in all directions, identical, endless, gray. But he could feel it now, the attention, the weight of something watching. His grandmother had grown up in these parts, had told him stories when he was young, stories about the things that lived in the low-country swamps, the spirits that walked the lonely places. He had dismissed them as folklore, the superstitions of an older generation. But standing here now alone in the flooded forest with a missing woman's backpack in his hands and something watching from the gray spaces between the trees, he found himself remembering. The Platt-Eye. That's what his grandmother had called them. Spirits that could take any shape. A dog, a cat, a pig, a shadow with no source. They haunted crossroads and swamps, lured travelers from safe paths, led them deeper and deeper until they were lost beyond finding. You could always tell a Platt-Eye, his grandmother had said. No matter what form it took, it always had one eye that glowed. One bright, terrible eye that burned in the darkness like a coal from hell's own fire. Don't be stupid, Derek muttered to himself. He was a park ranger, a professional. There were rational explanations for everything. The strange sounds, the feeling of being watched, even the misplaced backpack. Samantha Marsh had gotten lost, dropped her pack, wandered off the trail. It happened. People made bad decisions when they were scared. He keyed his radio again. Dispatch, Unit 3. I found the missing hiker's backpack at Wise Lake. No sign of the hiker herself. Requesting backup for expanded search. The static that answered seemed to shape itself into something almost like words. A voice faint and far away, speaking in a rhythm that wasn't quite language. Derek adjusted the frequency, tried again. This time the voice was clearer. But it wasn't dispatch. It was a woman's voice, thin with fear, repeating the same words over and over. Wrong way back, wrong way back, wrong way back. Samantha had stopped running. There was no point anymore. She stood in a clearing she didn't remember reaching, surrounded by cypress trees so massive they seemed to hold up the sky. The water here came only to her ankles, but she couldn't remember the last time she had seen anything like solid ground. She had been waiting for what felt like hours, following a path that kept changing, trail markers that appeared where there had been none and vanished when she turned her back. The silence had lifted, replaced by sounds, but the sounds were wrong. Her own voice, calling out from somewhere ahead. Marcus's laugh, distant and echoing, coming from everywhere and nowhere. And underneath it all, the soft splash of something moving through the water, circling, patient, always just out of sight. She had seen it once, an hour ago, or a day ago, or a minute. Time had stopped meaning anything in this gray, eternal twilight. A shape between the trees, low and dark, moving with a liquid grace that no natural animal possessed. A dog, she had thought at first. A big black dog lost in the swamp like her. She had called out to it, desperate for any company, any proof that she wasn't alone. It had turned to look at her. One eye. One single eye, burning with a light that hurt to look at. A phosphorescent glow that left after images swimming in her vision. Not a dog. Not any kind of animal she knew. Something wearing the shape of an animal the way a person might wear a coat. Ill-fitting, wrong. A disguise that didn't quite conceal what moved beneath it. It had smiled at her. Dogs don't smile. But this thing had smiled. And then it had melted back into the shadows between the trees, and Samantha had run. Now she stood in the clearing, exhausted beyond thought, and understood that running had accomplished nothing. The clearing hadn't existed until she stopped. She was certain of that. The swamp had created it for her, or the thing in the swamp had, a little pocket of almost dry ground where she could rest and wait for whatever was going to happen next. What do you want? Her voice came out as a croak. What do you want from me? The swamp didn't answer, but she felt the attention sharpen, felt the weight of that single burning eye focusing on her from somewhere in the gray, and Samantha Marsh began to cry. Derek found the clearing at 10:34. He didn't remember how he had gotten there. The last clear memory he had was of wading through chest-deep water, following what he thought were fresh footprints in a muddy hummock. Then the mist had thickened, and the trees had closed in. And somehow he was here, standing at the edge of a circular clearing that seemed impossibly dry, impossibly bright, as if a column of sunlight had broken through the permanent overcast to illuminate this one small space. Samantha Marsh stood in the center of the clearing. She was facing away from him, motionless, her hiking clothes soaked and muddy. Derek felt a surge of relief so intense it nearly buckled his knees. "Samantha? Ms. Marsh? I'm Derek Rawlings, park ranger. I'm here to help you." She didn't move, didn't turn, didn't acknowledge his voice at all. He stepped into the clearing. The ground was soft and dry beneath his boots, impossible given the flooding, but he was past questioning impossibilities now. "Ma'am, are you injured? Can you walk?" "She's not here anymore." The voice came from Samantha's mouth, but it wasn't her voice. It was too deep, too resonant, as if multiple voices were speaking in imperfect unison. "She went away. I'm here now." Derek's hand found the machete at his belt. His grandmother's voice echoed in his memory. "You can always tell a plaid eye by the eye, the one bright eye." "Turn around," he said. Slowly, the thing that had been Samantha Marsh turned. Her face was wrong. The features smeared, shifted, as if someone had tried to sculpt a human face from memory and gotten the proportions subtly off. Her eyes were closed. But as Derek watched, frozen in place by a terror that bypassed thought entirely, one eye began to open. The light that spilled out was blinding. Derek stumbled backward, throwing his arm across his face, but the light seemed to pass through his flesh, illuminating the bones of his hand, burning itself into his vision. He heard laughter, not from the thing in the clearing, but from everywhere, from the trees and the water and the sky, as if the swamp itself were amused by his terror. When his vision cleared, the clearing was empty. Samantha Marsh was gone. The impossible dry ground had flooded, murky water lapping at his knees. The light was gray again, the sun invisible, and Derek was alone in the swamp with the taste of copper on his tongue, and the afterimage of that single burning eye seared into his retinas. His radio crackled. Unit 3. Do you copy?" Linda's voice, clear for the first time in hours. "Derek, respond please. Storm's hit. We're sending a team to your last known position." "Derek?" He raised the radio with a hand that wouldn't stop shaking. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I lost her. I lost her." "Say again, Unit 3. Did you find the missing hiker?" Derek opened his mouth to respond, to tell them about the clearing, the light, the thing wearing Samantha's face. But what would he say? What words could possibly describe what he had seen? "Negative contact," he heard himself say. "Lost the trail in the flooding, returning to trailhead." He began the long wade back, not looking at the trees, not listening to the sounds that followed him. The soft splashes, the distant laughter, the voice that might have been Samantha's calling his name from somewhere impossibly far away. They found Samantha Marsh's body 3 days later, when the floodwaters finally receded. She was discovered a quarter-mile from the Kingsnake Junction, seated at the base of an ancient cypress with her hands folded neatly in her lap. The official cause of death was exposure complicated by dehydration. She had apparently become disoriented in the flooding, lost the trail, and succumbed to the elements before help could arrive. A tragic accident. The kind of thing that happened in wilderness areas, even to experienced hikers. The coroner's report noted one anomaly. Her eyes were open at the time of death, fixed on something in the middle distance, her expression one of absolute terror. But eyes sometimes opened post-mortem. Expressions meant nothing. These details weren't included in the public findings. Derek Rawlings transferred to Grand Canyon the following spring. He told his supervisors it was for the career opportunity, the chance to work a bigger park, a more prestigious posting. He told himself he was ready for a change, that 7 years in the same place was enough for anyone. He never told anyone about the clearing, or the light, or the thing that had turned to face him wearing a dead woman's shape. But sometimes late at night in his quarters overlooking the canyon's rim, he wakes from dreams of flooded forests and burning eyes. Sometimes he hears his grandmother's voice, telling stories he dismissed as folklore. Sometimes he looks out at the vast darkness of the canyon and sees, or imagines he sees, a single point of light moving among the shadows, patient, watching, remembering. The plaid eye never forgets, his grandmother used to say. Once it sees you, it knows you. And it will wait. Derek doesn't know if that's true. He doesn't know if what he saw in the Congaree swamp was a spirit, a hallucination, or something else entirely. He only knows that some nights, when the wind through the canyon sounds almost like laughter, he checks that his doors are locked. 3 times, always 3 times. And still he lies awake until dawn, watching the darkness, waiting for the eye to open. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: November 3, 2007. The darkness inside Mammoth Cave was not an absence of light. It was a presence, something thick and patient that pressed against Kevin Marsh's headlamp like a living thing, testing the boundaries of its cage. 20 years he had worked these passages, and he had never grown accustomed to that particular quality of underground blackness, the way it seemed to have weight and texture and intention. He stood at the entrance to the historic section, checking his gear for the 3rd time that morning. Helmet with primary and backup lights, knee pads, elbow pads, the worn leather gloves that had seen him through more rescues than he cared to count. His pack held 200 feet of static rope, a basic med kit, emergency rations, and the handheld radio that connected him to the surface, his lifeline to the world above. The cave's natural entrance yawned before him, exhaling air that held steady at 54 degrees regardless of season, carrying the smell of ancient limestone and something else beneath it, something mineral and old that defied description. 7 more days. That was what Kevin kept telling himself as he performed his morning inspection of the tourist route. 7 days until retirement, until he could hand over his keys and his radio and his intimate knowledge of these passages to someone younger, someone who still found the darkness exciting rather than oppressive. He had put in his 20 years with the National Park Service, the last 15 specifically with Mammoth Cave's Search and Rescue Division. He had pulled 11 people out of restricted areas where they had no business being. He had recovered 4 bodies from places the map said didn't exist. He had earned his rest. The cave system stretched beneath the Kentucky hills like the root structure of some impossible tree. Over 400 miles of surveyed passages, with estimates suggesting twice that remained undiscovered. Tourists saw perhaps 2 miles of it. The safe parts, the lit parts, the sections where the NPS had installed handrails and concrete paths and emergency phones every 100 yards. But Kevin knew the other mammoth, the one that existed beyond the locked gates and warning signs. He knew the crawlways that narrowed to 18 inches. He knew the vertical drops that plunged into darkness so complete, your headlamp beam simply vanished, swallowed before it could find a bottom. He knew the places where the cave breathed, where air currents shifted for no discernible reason, where sounds caved in ways that made distance and direction meaningless. He knew, too, the stories. Every cave system had them, tales passed down from the old-timers, from the saltpeter miners who had worked these passages during the War of 1812, from the tuberculosis patients who had lived and died in the cave's constant climate in the 1840s. Stories about sounds that had no source, about voices calling from passages that led nowhere, about the knocking. Kevin had heard it himself, twice in 20 years. A rhythmic tapping from somewhere deep in the rock, too regular to be natural, too distant to locate. The old Cornish miners who had worked America's caves and mines in the 19th century had a name for the spirits that made such sounds. Tommyknockers. Sometimes helpful, warning of cave-ins and gas pockets. Sometimes not. Sometimes they knocked to lure you deeper, to draw you into passages that collapsed behind you, to guide you toward drops you couldn't see until you were already falling. Kevin didn't believe in Tommyknockers. He was a professional, a man of ropes and carabiners and radio protocols. But he respected the stories because the stories were really about the cave itself, about how it could trick you, disorient you, make you trust sounds that meant nothing and ignore warnings that meant everything. The cave was patient. The cave remembered. And the cave, in its own mineral way, was hungry. His radio crackled. "Kevin, this is Surface. You copy?" He keyed the mic. "Surface, Kevin. Good copy. Starting my inspection of the historic route now. Should be topside by 1100. Copy that. Hey, before you go, we got a call from the ranger station. 2 cavers didn't check in last night. Derek Simmons and Chloe Vance, both experienced, permitted for the Wild Cave Tour extension into Colossal. They were supposed to surface by 2200 yesterday. Kevin felt the familiar cold weight settle into his stomach. How experienced. Combined 15 years between them. Both certified vertical. Both done mammoth before. That made it worse, not better. Novices got stuck in places where you could find them. Experienced cavers got themselves into places that didn't appear on any map. Colossal entrance or main connection? They went in through the main connection at 1400 yesterday. Plan was to explore some side passages off the Richardson route, loop back through Bedquilt, surface through Colossal by 2200. Kevin closed his eyes, visualizing the route. The Richardson passage was surveyed, well documented, but it branched into a maze of smaller tunnels, some mapped, some merely noted as continues on the charts. If they had pushed into one of those unmapped branches... I'm heading to Richardson, he said. Send backup, full cave rescue kit. Copy, backup en route. Kevin, be careful down there. He almost laughed. 7 more days. 14 hours earlier, Derek had been certain they were still on the mapped route. The passage had narrowed gradually, the way passages did in this part of the system. Ceiling dropping from comfortable walking height to a stoop, then to a crawl. Chloe moved ahead of him, her headlamp casting wild shadows across the limestone as she navigated the squeeze. They had done tighter crawls than this. The Flattener in Lechuguilla, the birth canal in Jewel Cave. This was nothing. Opens up ahead, Chloe called back, her voice flattened and strange in the confined space. Sound behaved differently underground, sometimes carrying impossibly far, sometimes dying within feet. Looks like a room. Derek followed her through the final constriction and emerged into a space his headlamp couldn't fully illuminate. The ceiling vanished into darkness overhead. The walls curved away on either side, beyond the reach of his light. The floor was covered in breakdown, chunks of limestone that had fallen from above over thousands of years, ranging from fist-sized to car-sized. This isn't on the map, Chloe said. She had her survey notebook out, comparing the passage they'd come through to the documented route. We should have hit the frozen Niagara Formation by now. This is... I don't know what this is. Derek swept his light across the room. The darkness swallowed the beam about 40 feet out. Could be an unmapped extension. We should mark our entry point and head back. Yeah. Chloe was already tying flagging tape to a rock near the squeeze they'd emerged from. Yeah, you're right. That was when they heard the knocking. It came from somewhere deeper in the room. A rhythmic tapping, 3 beats, then silence, then 3 beats again. Metal on stone, or stone on stone. The sound of someone working. The sound of someone trying to get attention. Hello? Derek called. His voice echoed strangely, returning to him from directions that didn't make sense. Is someone there? The knocking stopped. Silence. The profound absolute silence of deep earth, where no wind blew and no insects chirped, and the only sound was your own breathing and heartbeat. Then from the darkness beyond his headlamp's reach, help us. Chloe grabbed his arm. Derek. Hello? Where are you? Are you hurt? Please. The voice was faint, distant, carrying that peculiar underground echo that made it impossible to locate. We're stuck. We can't find the way out. There's someone down here, Derek said. Someone's in trouble. That's impossible. No one else is permitted in this section. Maybe they came in unauthorized. Maybe they've been down here for days. He was already moving toward the voice, picking his way across the breakdown. We have to help them. Derek, wait. Chloe hurried after him, her headlamp beam bouncing wildly. We don't know this section. We could get lost ourselves. We'll mark our route. He was pulling flagging tape from his pack, tying strips to prominent rocks as he went. Hello? Keep talking, we're coming to you. Thank you. The voice seemed closer now, or maybe farther away, impossible to tell in the acoustic chaos of the chamber. Thank you. We've been down here so long. They crossed the breakdown field and found another passage leading deeper into the rock. Narrower than the one they'd come through, but passable. Derek tied another flag and kept moving. Behind them, unseen in the darkness, the flagging tape hung motionless in the still air. Then, one by one, the strips began to untie themselves, falling silently to the stone floor and lying there like small orange wounds against the gray limestone. Kevin found the first flag at 0930, just past the point where the Richardson route branched into unmapped territory. A strip of orange tape tied to a boulder, exactly where a competent caver would mark a turn. He photographed it with his helmet camera and keyed his radio. "Surface, Kevin. I've got flagging tape at the first major junction off Richardson." They went into the unmapped section. Static. Then, Pi, Evan, signal, braking. He checked his depth. Roughly 300 feet below the surface, well within normal radio range. But the limestone played tricks with signals, creating dead zones and bounce points that shifted with humidity and air pressure. "Surface, say again?" "Back up. 20 minutes. Careful." "Copy." Proceeding along their marked route, Kevin out. He followed the flags deeper. The passage narrowed, forcing him to crouch, then crawl. His headlamp beam caught another strip of orange tape ahead, but something was wrong. The tape lay on the ground, not tied to anything. He picked it up. The knot was still intact, tied in a loop around nothing, as if whatever it had been secured to had simply ceased to exist. Kevin had been in enough caves to know that tape fell off sometimes. Rocks shifted, knots worked loose. But this tape hadn't fallen from above. It was lying flat, undisturbed, in the middle of the passage. He pushed the thought aside and kept moving. The crawlway opened into a larger space, a room he didn't recognize, filled with breakdown, ceiling lost in darkness overhead. More flags dotted the floor, all of them untied, all of them lying in neat loops, as if carefully removed and placed. "Derek? Chloe?" His voice echoed back at him from a dozen directions. "Park Service, can you hear me?" Silence. Then, from somewhere deeper in the room, a sound. 3 knocks, evenly spaced. A pause. 3 more knocks. Kevin's blood went cold. "Derek, is that you? Knock twice if you can hear me." 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks. The same rhythm exactly. Mechanical in its precision. He swept his light across the chamber, searching for the source. The beam found nothing but stone and darkness, the same darkness that seemed to lean in at the edges of his vision, pressing closer whenever he wasn't looking directly at it. "I'm coming to you," he called, moving toward the sound. "Keep knocking so I can find you." 3 knocks. Closer now. Or maybe not. Distance was meaningless here. Direction a lie the cave told to lure you deeper. He found another passage on the far side of the chamber, smaller than the first, requiring him to belly crawl. The knocking continued, always ahead, always the same rhythm. His elbows scraped against limestone. His pack caught on a projection and he had to back up, turn sideways, force himself through. The passage opened suddenly into a vertical shaft. Kevin stopped at the edge, his headlamp beam falling away into nothing. He grabbed a loose rock and dropped it into the darkness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 4, 5. The clatter of impact, impossibly far below. The knocking came again, from the shaft, from the darkness below. "Help us!" A voice rising from the depths, a man's voice. "Derek? Please, we fell, we can't climb out." "How far down are you? Please help us." "Derek, I need to know how far down. Can you see my light?" Silence. Then the knocking again. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. But now it came from behind Kevin as well. From the passage he'd just crawled through. From somewhere in the rock itself. He backed away from the edge of the shaft. The knocking surrounded him now, coming from every direction. From the walls and ceiling and floor. A cacophony of rhythmic tapping that built and built until it was all he could hear. 3 knocks. 3 knocks. 3 knocks. Overlapping. Echoing. Impossible. Kevin ran. He didn't remember the crawlway being so long. He didn't remember the ceiling being so low, scraping against his back, forcing him to flatten himself against the stone and pull forward with his fingernails. The darkness pressed in from all sides, his headlamp beam shrinking, the batteries failing. No, not failing, something else, something drinking the light. He burst into the breakdown chamber and scrambled to his feet. The knocking had stopped. The silence was absolute. His radio crackled. Kevin. Static. Kevin, do you copy? He grabbed the mic with shaking hands. I'm here. I'm in an unmapped chamber off Richardson. I need immediate backup. The cave. He stopped. What could he possibly say? Kevin, we're receiving strange signals from your position, audio interference. It sounds like... A pause. It sounds like someone knocking. Get back up down here. Now. Copy. Team is 10 minutes out. Kevin, what's happening down there? He didn't answer. Because at the far end of the chamber, at the very edge of his headlamp's diminished reach, he could see two figures standing motionless in the darkness. A man and a woman. Derek and Chloe. They stood unnaturally still, their headlamps dark, their faces turned toward him. Derek? Chloe? Thank God, are you hurt? They didn't move. Didn't speak. Just stood there, 50 feet away, in that absolute stillness that the human body isn't capable of. Can you hear me? The figures tilted their heads. Both of them simultaneously at exactly the same angle, an angle that human necks shouldn't achieve. Kevin's light flickered. In the strobe of dying illumination, the figures were closer, 30 feet now. He hadn't seen them move. Help us, Kevin. Chloe's voice, but wrong, the cadence off, the syllables evenly spaced like the knocking. We've been down here so long. We've been waiting for you. His light flickered again, 20 feet. We knew you'd come. They always come. They hear the knocking and they come down to help and then they stay. They all stay, Kevin. Everyone stays. The light died. In the absolute darkness of the deep earth, Kevin heard them moving toward him, heard the scrape of something against stone. Too many limbs, wrong shapes. Things that had learned to wear faces like masks. He heard the knocking start again, from inside the walls, from inside his own skull, a rhythm that had been old when the cave was young. And then, impossibly, his backup light clicked on, the secondary system he'd forgotten about, and the chamber was empty. No figures, no movement, just stone and darkness and silence. Kevin ran for the surface. They found Derek Simmons' body 3 days later at the bottom of the vertical shaft. The fall had killed him instantly. Chloe Vance was discovered 100 yards deeper, in a passage that the rescue team swore hadn't existed on their first sweep. She was curled in a fetal position in a space barely large enough to hold her. Her headlamp was still on, the batteries somehow full despite having run for over 70 hours. Her eyes were open. Her mouth was frozen in mid-word. The coroner listed the cause of death as dehydration and exposure. He made no mention of her expression, that look of absolute transcendent terror that the mortician had to work for hours to relax before the family could view the body. Kevin gave his statement. He described finding the flags following them into the unmapped section, hearing sounds that could have been the victims calling for help. He did not describe the knocking. He did not describe the figures he had seen or hadn't seen in his flickering light. He did not describe the way Chloe's voice had sounded, coming from the darkness. That wrong rhythm, those evenly spaced syllables, like something that had learned human speech from listening to echoes. He put in for immediate retirement that afternoon. Medical leave, they called it. Psychological stress following a failed rescue operation. His supervisor approved it without question. Kevin Marsh never entered a cave again. He moved to Kansas, to the flattest part of the flattest state he could find, where the bedrock was granite and the deepest hole was a storm cellar. He slept with the lights on. He filled in the basement of his new house with concrete. Sometimes, late at night, he still heard it. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 knocks. Coming from the walls, from the floor, from somewhere impossibly far below. And sometimes, when the house was very quiet, he heard Chloe's voice. We've been waiting for you, Kevin. We've been down here so long. The knocking never really stopped. It just learned to be patient. And somewhere beneath the Kentucky hills, in passages that exist on no map, in darkness that has never known light, something continues to tap against the stone. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks. Waiting for the next one to come down. Waiting for the next one to stay. Location: Boneyard Marsh Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana. Date: August 27, 2019. The heat was a living thing in the bayou, pressing against Samantha Reyes's skin like wet cloth even at 9 in the evening. She sat in the aluminum boat at the edge of the refuge's main channel, her spotlight off, her radio quiet, listening to the swamp breathe around her. Cicadas screamed from the cypress trees in waves that rose and fell like fever pulses. Somewhere in the darkness, a bullfrog called out, received no answer, and fell silent. The air smelled of rot and green growth and the particular mineral tang of water that never fully cleared, never fully moved, just sat and waited and remembered everything that had ever drowned in it. August in Boneyard Marsh was not a time for the faint of heart. The refuge covered 18,000 acres of bayou, marsh grass and flooded timber, a labyrinth of channels that shifted with every storm, every flood, every season. Samantha had worked here for 4 years, long enough to know which waterways led somewhere and which curled back on themselves like snakes eating their own tails. Long enough to know the sounds that belonged and the silences that didn't. Long enough to have heard the stories the old Cajun fishing guides told each other when they thought no one from the government was listening. She checked her watch. 9:47 p.m. Her shift ran until 6 a.m., 9 hours of solo patrol through waters that most people had sense enough to avoid after dark. The refuge was officially closed to visitors from sunset to sunrise, but that didn't stop the poachers who came for alligator eggs, the trotliners who set illegal lines for catfish, or the occasional lost tourist whose GPS had led them into a maze they couldn't escape. Samantha's job was to find them, sight them, and guide them out before the swamp found them first. Tonight, though, she was looking for someone specific. Marcus Thibodeau, 43, commercial fisherman out of Houma. His wife had called the refuge station that afternoon, voice tight with controlled panic, saying he'd gone out before dawn to check his crab traps in the eastern channels and hadn't returned. His boat had GPS tracking, required for all permitted fishermen in the refuge, but the signal had stopped transmitting around 2 p.m. Last known coordinates placed him in a section of the marsh the locals called Dead Man's Finger, a narrow channel that wound through some of the oldest cypress stands in the refuge before dead-ending in a tangle of fallen timber and stagnant pools. Samantha had worked with Marcus before. He was one of the good ones, respected the wildlife, followed the regulations, knew the water better than most people knew their own backyards. If his GPS had stopped, it meant equipment failure, which happened. If he hadn't returned by nightfall, it meant something else. She keyed her radio, adjusting the frequency to reach the station. Dispatch, this is Unit 3, beginning patrol sweep of the eastern channels, starting at marker 7, heading toward the Dead Man's Finger vicinity. Over. The response came scratched with static, normal for this part of the refuge, where the density of vegetation and the mineral content of the water played havoc with radio signals. Copy that, Unit 3. Be advised, Weather Service has upgraded the tropical disturbance to Tropical Storm Elaine. Expected to make landfall near Morgan City by tomorrow afternoon. Conditions deteriorating overnight. Recommend concluding search by 0300 at latest. Over. Understood, dispatch. Unit 3 out. Samantha started her outboard motor, keeping the throttle low to navigate the narrow channel. Her spotlight cut a pale cone through the darkness, illuminating the gray-green trunks of cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, the black water sliding past her hull like oil, the occasional pair of red eyes reflecting from the banks where alligators watched her passage with prehistoric patience. She'd stopped being afraid of gators her first month on the job. They were predictable. They followed rules that made sense. Hunger, territory, self-preservation. It was the things that didn't follow rules that kept her awake on nights like this. The channel narrowed as she pushed deeper into the refuge. The cypress trees grew closer together here, their knees jutting from the water like the fingers of drowned giants reaching for air. Spanish moss hung so thick in places that she had to duck, the gray tendrils brushing against her face like the touch of something dead that hadn't accepted its condition. The cicadas had stopped. That was the first thing she noticed. The bullfrogs had stopped. The water moved against her hull with a sound like whispered secrets, and beneath that, beneath everything, a silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. Samantha slowed the boat to a crawl, sweeping her spotlight in a slow arc. Something was wrong. She couldn't have said what, couldn't have pointed to any specific evidence, but her body knew. 4 years in this swamp had taught her to trust the animal part of her brain, the part that recognized threat before the conscious mind could name it. "Marcus," she called. Her voice fell flat, absorbed by the trees and the water and the heavy air. No echo, no response. "Marcus Thibodeau, this is Wildlife Officer Reyes. Can you hear me?" Nothing. She continued forward, her hand resting on the grip of her sidearm. The channel curved ahead, and as she rounded the bend, her spotlight caught something floating in the water. A boat. Aluminum, maybe 16 feet, listing slightly to one side where water had pooled in the hull. She recognized the registration numbers. Marcus's vessel, the one his wife had described. It was drifting in the center of the channel. No anchor, no lights, no sign of its occupant. Samantha brought her own boat alongside and killed the engine. The silence rushed in to fill the space, thick and waiting. She tied off to the other vessel's cleat and shone her light into the interior. The first thing she saw was the blood. It painted the inside of the hull in arcs and splashes, dark and tacky in the humid air. It covered the bench seats, the tackle box, the cooler that had been torn open with such force that the hinges had bent backward. Deep gouges marked the aluminum sides. Not scratches, not scrapes, but furrows, as if something with claws the size of fishing knives had raked through the metal while trying to get in. Or get out. On the floor of the boat, wedged beneath the center seat, a GoPro camera blinked with a small red light, still recording. Samantha's hands were steady as she reached for the camera. 20 years of training, Army before this, 2 tours in Afghanistan, then law enforcement, then wildlife services when she'd needed something quieter, had taught her how to compartmentalize. Feel later, observe now, document everything. The camera was slippery with blood. She wiped it on her pants and checked the display. 8 hours of footage recorded, battery at 11%. She didn't have time to review it here. She secured it in her vest pocket and continued her survey of the boat. No body. No Marcus. His tackle was still there, his lunch cooler, his cell phone sitting on the bench seat with a cracked screen and a battery long dead. Whatever had happened, he hadn't had time to grab anything. Hadn't had time to call for help. The GPS unit was smashed, components scattered across the deck. That explained the signal loss. Not equipment failure. Destruction. A sound reached her across the water. Faint, distant, from somewhere deeper in the channel. A voice. "Help. Please, somebody help me." Samantha's head snapped toward the sound. Male voice. Weak, coming from the direction of Dead Man's finger. "Marcus? Marcus, is that you? Keep talking, I'm coming to you." "Please. I'm hurt. I can't move. Please help me." She cast off from the drifting boat, started her engine, and pushed deeper into the channel. The logical part of her mind was already cataloging the problems with this situation. The blood, the damage, the impossibility of someone surviving whatever had caused it. But the voice was real, was human, was begging for help in the darkness. She'd heard dying men before. This sounded like a dying man. The channel narrowed further until branches scraped both sides of her boat. Her spotlight barely penetrated the darkness ahead. The cypress trees had grown so dense that they formed a canopy overhead, blocking even the faint glow of the clouded sky. The air was different here. Thicker, older, carrying a smell that wasn't just swamp rot. Something muskier, something that made the primitive part of her brain want to turn around and run. "Help me. Please. I'm so cold." The voice was closer now, just ahead, maybe 50 yards, where the channel opened into a wider pool. Samantha pushed forward, ignoring the scrape of branches against the hull, ignoring the way her skin had broken out in goose flesh despite the 90-degree heat. She emerged into a clearing in the cypress forest, a pool of black water perhaps 100 feet across, surrounded by the skeletal shapes of dead trees that had drowned decades ago when the water levels changed. Moonlight filtered through a gap in the clouds, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. In the center of the pool, standing waist-deep in the water, was a figure. Samantha's spotlight found it, and for a moment, her mind refused to process what she was seeing. It looked like a man. The proportions were mostly right: 2 arms, 2 legs, a head with something like a face. But everything was wrong. The limbs were too long, jointed in places that human anatomy didn't allow. The skin, if it was skin, had a grayish cast, slick with water or something else, covered in patches of coarse hair that stood out against the smooth flesh like fungal growth. The face. The face was Marcus Thibodeau's face. Samantha recognized him from the photo his wife had provided. The same broad forehead, the same thick mustache, the same gap between his front teeth. But the face sat wrong on the skull beneath it, stretched, distorted, like a mask made for a different shape of head. And the eyes that looked at her from that familiar face were not Marcus's eyes. They were yellow, they were hungry. They held an intelligence that was ancient and alien and utterly without mercy. "Help me," the thing said with Marcus's voice. "I'm so cold." And then it smiled with too many teeth. Marcus Thibodeau had known something was wrong the moment he entered Dead Man's Finger that morning. The channel was his regular route. He'd been running it for 15 years, knew every snag and sandbar, every spot where the big catfish liked to congregate. But that morning, the water had felt different, heavier, watching. He'd ignored the feeling. 43 years in these swamps had taught him that imagination was a fisherman's worst enemy. You started jumping at shadows, you'd never get any work done. So he'd motored on, checking his traps, pulling up decent catches of blue crab that would fetch good prices at the market in Houma. Normal morning, normal work. The trouble started when he reached the dead-end pool. He hadn't meant to go that far. The fishing was poor in the stagnant water, and the stories the old-timers told about that place had always made him uneasy. But his GPS had glitched, showing a channel where he knew no channel existed. And by the time he realized the error, he was already in the pool, the standing dead trees surrounding him like grave markers. That was when he heard his mother's voice. "Marcus, Cher, come see what I found." His mother had been dead for 6 years. Heart attack, quick and merciful, in the kitchen of the house where she'd raised 7 children on fish and faith and sheer Cajun stubbornness. He'd held her hand as she went. He'd watched them close the coffin. But her voice came from the trees. Perfect. Complete. Every inflection, every subtle note of the Acadian French that she'd never fully shed even after 60 years in America. "Come see, Cher, it's so beautiful, you have to see." Marcus had reached for his radio. His hands were shaking. He wasn't ashamed to admit that. Something wrong was happening. Something that went beyond equipment glitches and navigation errors. But when he keyed the transmit button, all that came back was static. And beneath the static, so faint he might have imagined it, the sound of his mother laughing. "You used to be braver, Cher. You used to run through these swamps like they belonged to you. What happened? What made you so afraid?" "You're not her," Marcus said. His voice cracked on the words. "Whatever you are, you're not my maman." Silence. The kind of silence that listens. And then from directly behind his boat, close enough to touch, a voice that was not his mother's. A voice that was deep and wet and wrong, like something speaking through a throat not designed for human language. "No, but I remember her. I remember them all. Every soul that ever bled into this water. Every fear. Every prayer. Every last scream. The water remembers, Marcus. And so do I." He spun around. The thing was right there, rising from the black water less than 3 feet from his hull, In the morning light, he could see it clearly. The impossible proportions, the matted fur, the face that shifted and changed like reflections on disturbed water, cycling through features he almost recognized. His mother, his father, his brother who'd drowned at 16 in a storm that had come out of nowhere. All of them, wearing that face like masks it was trying on for size. Marcus grabbed for his knife, a fishing blade, 8 inches, sharp enough to gut a 100-pound catfish. He swung without thinking, felt the blade connect with something that was both solid and yielding, heard a sound like tearing canvas. The thing laughed. It didn't attack immediately. That was what Marcus would remember later, in the brief moments of clarity that remained to him. It could have killed him instantly. He understood that now. Instead, it circled his boat slowly, letting him see it from every angle, letting his mind fully comprehend what he was facing. One clawed hand reached up and traced along the hull, leaving deep furrows in the metal with no more effort than a child dragging a stick through sand. "You're not the one I want," it said. Its voice had settled into something that sounded almost human now. Almost, but not quite. The rhythms were wrong, the pauses in the wrong places. "But you'll do. For now. For bait." It moved faster than anything that size should have been able to move. One moment it was in the water beside the boat. The next it was on top of him, its weight crushing him against the deck, its breath hot and rank against his face. Up close, the yellow eyes held depths that his mind couldn't process, layers of intelligence, of memory, of hunger that stretched back centuries. "Your people have a name for me," it whispered. "Rougarou. Loup-garou, the wolf that walks like a man. But I was here before your people, before their names, before their little god with his little rules. I am what the swamp dreams when it sleeps, and tonight the swamp is hungry." Pain exploded through Marcus's body as claws tore into his shoulder, his chest, his side. He screamed, couldn't help it, couldn't hold it back, and the thing drank in the sound like wine. "Scream louder," it said. "She needs to hear you. She needs to come." She. The thing wasn't hunting him. It was hunting someone else. He was just the lure. Marcus felt his blood running hot across the deck, felt his vision beginning to narrow at the edges. The GoPro on his vest was still running. He'd turned it on that morning to record his catch, to show his grandchildren, and some part of his fading consciousness hoped that whoever found it would understand, would know what was out here, would stay away. "Tell me your sins," the thing said almost gently. "Tell me what you carry. I want to know who you are before I wear your face." Marcus closed his eyes. His lips moved in a prayer his mother had taught him, words in a French older than Louisiana, older than America, a prayer against the loup-garou that the Acadians had brought with them across the ocean because they knew, they had always known, that some monsters followed you wherever you went. The thing laughed again. "That won't save you, Cher," it said in his mother's voice. "Nothing saves anyone out here. The water always wins." Samantha's gun was in her hand before conscious thought caught up with instinct. She fired 3 times, center mass the way she'd been trained, and watched the bullet strike the creature in the chest without effect. It didn't flinch, didn't bleed, just kept smiling with Marcus Thibodeau's stolen face. "That tickles," it said. "Do it again." She threw the boat into reverse, but the engine coughed and died. Flooded. The curse of these old outboards in humid conditions. She pulled the starter cord once, twice, 3 times, nothing. The thing began wading toward her in no hurry, its long arms trailing through the water like the limbs of a wading bird. "Where are you going, Cher? We're just getting acquainted." Samantha's mind raced through options. Her rifle was in the locked case under her seat. No time to get it. The radio was useless this deep in the swamp. She had a knife, a flare gun, and 20 years of survival training against something that had just shrugged off hollow point rounds like mosquito bites. The flare gun. She grabbed it from the emergency kit, aimed at the creature's chest, and fired. The magnesium charge struck the matted fur and ignited with a white-hot flash. The thing screamed, a sound that was nothing human, that echoed across the water and sent birds erupting from trees half a mile away. It staggered backward, flames spreading across its torso, clawing at itself with those impossibly long arms. But even as it burned, it was still smiling. "Fire," it said, almost admiringly. "Your people learned that trick 1,000 years ago. It hurts. It always hurts. But it doesn't stop me, Cher. Nothing stops me." The flames were dying. The coarse hair that covered its body was burning away, revealing grayish skin beneath that seemed to absorb the fire, rather than be consumed by it. Samantha had maybe 30 seconds before it recovered. She grabbed her paddle and pushed off from the bank, driving her boat toward the channel she'd come through. The exit was 50 yards away. If she could make the current, if she could get the engine started, if she could reach the main channel where her radio might work. The thing exploded out of the water directly in front of her. It landed on the bow of her boat, its weight driving the front underwater, black water flooding over the deck. Up close, its face had stopped pretending to be Marcus. The features had melted into something older, something that belonged to no human lineage. A muzzle like a wolf's but wrong, teeth that interlocked in patterns no mammal had ever evolved. "I've been waiting for you," it said. "I've been waiting so long. You have something I need, something I can taste in your blood." Its clawed hand shot forward and grabbed her vest, lifting her off her feet like she weighed nothing. This close she could smell it, rot and musk and something copper bright that might have been blood. Its yellow eyes fixed on hers with terrible intelligence. "You carry guilt," it whispered. "So much guilt. All those people you couldn't save. All those orders you followed that you knew were wrong. I can feel it in you, Cher. It's delicious. It's exactly what I need." The curse. The stories she'd half listened to. The old Cajun guides talking about the Rougarou and its rules. It chose its victims based on sin. Those who had broken faith, broken vows, carried weight that bent their souls. The curse passed from person to person, but only to those who were worthy of it. "The water remembers," the thing said, "and soon you will too." It opened its mouth, wider than any human mouth could open, wider than any wolf's, and lunged for her throat. Samantha's knife was in her hand. She didn't remember drawing it. The blade punched into the creature's eye, the right one, the yellow one, and buried itself to the hilt. The thing shrieked and released her, staggering backward off the boat, clawing at the knife protruding from its socket. She didn't wait to see if it recovered. She threw herself at the engine, pulled the starter cord with every ounce of strength she had left. Once, twice. On the third pull, it caught. The outboard roared to life and she slammed the throttle forward, driving the boat toward the channel, branches whipping against her face, Spanish moss tearing at her clothes. Behind her, over the sound of the engine, she heard it screaming. And then, worse than the screaming, she heard it laughing. "Run, Cher. Run as far as you can. The water reaches everywhere. And so do I. I'll see you again, Samantha Reyes. I'll see you in your dreams." She didn't stop until she reached the station. The boat barely made it. The hull was half flooded, the engine sputtering on fumes. Dawn was breaking over the eastern horizon, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that looked too much like fire. The GoPro footage showed everything. 8 hours of recording, most of it mundane. Marcus checking traps, Marcus eating his lunch, Marcus singing along to a radio that had stopped working an hour into his trip. And then the last 40 minutes. Samantha watched it once in the station office with the doors locked and all the lights on. She watched Marcus die. Watched the thing that killed him wear his face like a mask. Watched it look directly at the camera and smile. "She's coming," it said in Marcus's voice. "I can smell her guilt from here. Tell her I'm waiting. Tell her the water never forgets." The official report listed Marcus Thibodeau's death as an alligator attack under unusual circumstances. The footage was classified not because anyone in Washington believed the truth, but because no one wanted to explain why they couldn't. Samantha was offered medical leave. She declined. She still works the night shift at Boneyard Marsh. She still patrols the eastern channels, although she never goes as far as Dead Man's Finger. Some nights, when the heat sits heavy and the cicadas fall silent for no reason she can explain, She hears voices calling from the water. Her mother's voice, her sergeant's voice from Afghanistan. Marcus Thibodeau's voice asking her why she left him, why she didn't save him, why she ran. She doesn't answer anymore. She knows what's calling. But sometimes, in the hour before dawn, when the darkness is thickest and the water is still, she catches herself looking toward that dead-end channel, wondering if the thing is still there, wondering if it's still waiting, wondering when she'll be guilty enough to go back. The knife she'd buried in its eye was never found. Neither was its body, if something like that even leaves a body behind. But last month, a fisherman reported finding a rusted blade in his net, pulled up from the deepest part of the channel, 8 inches long, sharp enough to gut a 100-pound catfish, sharp enough to have cut something that doesn't bleed. Samantha keeps the knife in her desk drawer now. She tells herself it's evidence. She tells herself it's protection. But sometimes, late at night, she swears she can feel it calling to her. A pull in her chest like hunger, like guilt, like the water, remembering. Location: Katmai National Park, Alaska. Date: September 28, 2017. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight. Benjamin stood at the window of the ranger station, watching water sheet down the glass in patterns that never quite repeated. Beyond the blurred transparency, the landscape of Katmai stretched in shades of gray and green, the kind of green that only exists in coastal Alaska, so deep it's almost black when the clouds hang low. The spruce and hemlock forests vanished into mist 100 yards from the building, as if the world simply ended there and began again somewhere beyond sight. He'd been with the Park Service for 7 years now, the last 4 here at Katmai. Long enough to know the rhythms of this place, the way the seasons moved through it like breath through lungs. September was transition time, the salmon runs tapering off, the bears fattening themselves into stupor before the long sleep, the tourists gone except for the hardiest few who came for the solitude and the rain. Benjamin understood that impulse. There was something cathedral-like about these forests in autumn, something that made you speak in whispers if you spoke at all. He poured his 3rd cup of coffee, steam rising to join the condensation already forming on the inside of the windows. The station was warm, almost too warm, the propane heater working overtime against the damp that wanted to seep into everything. His uniform shirt was dry, but would be soaked within 5 minutes of stepping outside. That was the reality of late September in Katmai. You were either inside and dry or outside and wet with no middle ground. The radio crackled. "Morning, Ben. How's the Brooks Camp situation looking?" Sarah's voice from dispatch in King Salmon, 40 miles and a world away. Benjamin keyed the handset. "Morning, Sarah. Brooks is quiet. Had 2 campers pack out yesterday. Weather forecast hasn't scared off the diehards yet, but give it another day of this and I think we'll be down to 0. Roger that. We've got 1 vehicle still logged at the trailhead parking for the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. Subaru Outback, Washington plates. Permit says 3-day solo hike, due back this afternoon." Benjamin checked his clipboard, running his finger down the permit log. "Got it. Zoe Castellanos, 27, Seattle. Experienced hiker according to her form. Left 2 days ago, planned route through the Ash Valley and back via Baked Mountain Trail. Keep an eye out. This rain's been pushing the creeks up. Some of those crossings are going to be tricky." "Will do. She's got a spot beacon on her equipment list, so if she gets into trouble, we'll know." "Copy. Stay dry if you can." That's the dream. Benjamin hung the handset back on its cradle and returned to the window. Somewhere out there, beneath all that rain and mist, Zoe Castellanos was presumably making her way back toward civilization. He'd met her briefly when she came in for her permit. A slight woman with dark hair pulled back in a practical braid. The kind of hiker who asked intelligent questions about bear protocols and creek conditions. She'd had good gear, quality boots that showed wear but not abuse. She knew what she was doing, or at least gave every appearance of it. Still, 3 days alone in the backcountry during a storm like this. Benjamin had done it himself more times than he could count, but he never stopped respecting the 1,000 ways the wilderness could kill you if you made one wrong decision. Hypothermia, a fall on slick rocks, A creek crossing misjudged by 6 inches. The mountains didn't care about your experience level or your quality gear. They were indifferent, and indifference could be more dangerous than malice. He spent the morning on routine tasks, checking the supply inventory, updating the incident log, monitoring the weather station readouts. Wind from the southwest, steady at 12 knots with gusts to 20. Barometric pressure still falling. Temperature 41 degrees and dropping. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the forecast promised more of the same through the weekend. At noon, Benjamin made himself a sandwich and ate it standing at the window, still watching the mist. The forests were so quiet. No birds called. They'd taken shelter somewhere, huddled in dense cover waiting out the deluge. Even the usual sounds of the woods, the creaking of trees and rustle of undergrowth, seemed muffled beneath the constant percussion of rain on roof, rain on earth, rain on 10,000 leaves. He was rinsing his plate when the satellite phone rang. Benjamin dried his hands and picked up. Katmai Ranger Station, this is Benjamin. Ben, it's Marcus. Marcus Yazzie, lead ranger for the Brooks Camp District. I'm at headquarters going through the trail camera footage from last week. Got something weird I wanted to run by you. What kind of weird? Camera 14, the one we mounted on the valley trail about 3 miles in. It's motion activated, right? Should only trigger for animals or people. Right. And been getting triggers every night for the past 5 nights. Same time between 10 and 11 p.m. But there's nothing on the footage. Benjamin frowned. Nothing? Could be a technical glitch. Moisture in the sensor, maybe. That's what I thought. But the camera's functioning fine otherwise. Captures bears, moose, even got a wolverine 2 days ago. But these nighttime triggers? Just empty trail. Well, not empty exactly. The trees are moving like something just passed through, but there's nothing there. A small cold thread worked its way down Benjamin's spine, the kind of feeling that has nothing to do with temperature. Which camera did you say? 14, on the Valley Trail. That's on Zoe Castellanos' route. Silence on the line for a moment. The solo hiker? Yeah. She's due back this afternoon. Probably nothing, Marcus said, but his voice carried a note that suggested he didn't quite believe it himself. Just wanted you to know. Keep an ear on the radio in case she calls in. Will do. Benjamin hung up and looked at the clock. 12:47 p.m. Zoe's permit listed her expected return time as between 2 and 4 p.m., accounting for weather delays. Still well within the window. Nothing to worry about yet. He tried to return to his paperwork but found himself distracted, his eyes drifting to the window every few minutes. The mist had thickened, reducing visibility to perhaps 50 feet. The world had contracted to just the station and the small circle of visible ground around it. Everything beyond that dissolved into gray uncertainty. At 2:30, Benjamin put on his rain gear and did a perimeter check of the station, more to occupy himself than from any real necessity. The rain drummed against his hood, ran down his neck despite the supposedly waterproof collar. He checked the generator, the propane tanks, the bear-proof garbage enclosure. Everything in order. Everything normal. Except for the silence. It struck him as he stood beside the generator shed, listening. The rain made noise, yes. A constant white static that filled the air. But beneath it, there should have been other sounds. The forest should not have been this quiet, even in a storm. Even with the birds sheltered and the animals hunkered down, there should have been something. The creak of branches, the gurgle of water finding its channels, the tick of cooling metal from the generator. But there was nothing. Just rain. Just that endless, suffocating hiss. Benjamin completed his circuit and returned to the station, shaking water from his jacket. He was being paranoid. The weather was affecting him, that was all. 3 days of rain would make anyone jumpy. He checked the radio. No calls. He checked his email on the satellite link. Nothing urgent. He checked the spot beacon monitoring system, the GPS tracker that would show any distress signals from registered devices in the park. All clear. At 3:45, With Zoe now 15 minutes past her earliest expected return time, Benjamin made fresh coffee and told himself there was no reason to worry yet. Hiking in rain took longer. She might have decided to wait out the worst of the weather under a rock overhang somewhere. She might have taken a wrong turn and added an hour to her route. All perfectly normal scenarios. At 4:30, with Zoe now officially late, he called dispatch. "Sarah, it's Ben. Our solo hiker hasn't reported back yet." "Copy. How late is she?" 30 minutes past her latest expected return. Not emergency territory yet, but wanted you aware. Acknowledged. Keep me posted. If she's not back by 6, we'll start thinking about next steps. Benjamin spent the next hour and a half trying not to stare at the door, willing it to open and reveal Zoe Castellanos, wet and tired, but safe. At 5:00, he walked out to the trailhead parking area, a 10-minute hike through dripping forest. The Subaru Outback sat alone in the gravel lot, rain bouncing off its roof, Washington plates just as the log had noted. He cupped his hands to peer through the windows. Camping gear in the back, a book on the passenger seat, an air freshener shaped like a pine tree hanging from the mirror. He returned to the station and called dispatch at exactly 6:00 p.m. "She's not back." "Okay." Sarah's voice had shifted into professional mode, the casual friendliness replaced by focus. "Let's start the protocol. You want to do an initial search tonight or wait for morning?" Benjamin looked at the window. Full dark now, or as close to it as made no difference with the cloud cover. The rain continued its relentless assault. "I'll do a preliminary sweep of the most likely routes. 2, maybe 3 hours. If I don't find sign of her, we'll organize a full search at first light. Be careful out there. Always am." He geared up. Headlamp, GPS, first aid kit, emergency blanket, radio, satellite phone, his service sidearm, which he rarely wore but seemed appropriate tonight for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. He left at 6:30, stepping out into a darkness so complete it seemed to have weight. 2 days earlier, Zoe had stood at this same trailhead, adjusting the straps of her pack in the drizzle, excited despite the weather. 3 days alone in Katmai. 3 days to think, to breathe, to exist without the constant digital hum of Seattle surrounding her. She'd planned this trip for 8 months, studying maps, reading trip reports, waiting for her vacation time to align with the season. The Valley of 10,000 Smokes wasn't a difficult hike, not really. Volcanic ash and pumice underfoot, moonscape terrain that looked like nowhere else on Earth. She'd done harder. She'd backpacked through the North Cascades, climbed 3 of Washington's volcanoes, spent a week in the winds of Wyoming. She knew how to filter water, hang a bear bag, navigate by compass when the GPS failed. The first day had been perfect, or as perfect as hiking in steady rain could be. The ash valley spread out around her like a gray ocean frozen mid-wave, the pumice crunching under her boots, steam vents rising in the distance like ghosts of the 1912 eruption that had created all this. She'd camped that night beside a clear stream, the sound of water over rocks lulling her to sleep. The second day, she'd continued deeper into the backcountry, following the route she'd planned. The rain intensified, but that was fine. She had good gear. She knew how to stay dry, or dry enough. The mist came and went, sometimes opening to reveal stunning vistas of mountains and ash fields, sometimes closing in until she could barely see 20 feet ahead. It was late afternoon on the second day when she first heard the crying. Zoe stopped mid-step, her boot hovering over a puddle. The sound came from somewhere ahead and to her left, muffled by rain and mist, but unmistakable. A child crying. Not screaming, not shouting, just crying. The kind of exhausted, hopeless sobbing that made something in her chest clench with instinctive concern. She stood still, listening. The sound continued for perhaps 10 seconds, then stopped. "Hello?" she called. Her voice seemed to die in the mist, absorbed by the rain. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" Nothing. Just the rain. Zoe checked her map. There were no other permit holders scheduled in this area. The Brooks Camp Ranger, Benjamin, she remembered his name, had been very clear about that. She was the only person in this section of the park, which meant either someone had come in without a permit or... Or what? A lost child? Out here? Impossible. She waited another minute, listening. When the crying didn't resume, she continued hiking, but a small knot of unease had formed in her stomach. The sound had been so clear, so distinctly human, and so distinctly a child. She hiked for another hour, covering perhaps 2 miles. The terrain grew rockier, the trail winding through low hills covered in dwarf birch and willow. The crying came again, this time from behind her. Zoe spun around, scanning the mist. Hello? Where are you? The crying continued for a moment longer, then cut off abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it felt wrong. She stood motionless, rain running down her face, every sense straining. Nothing moved. No child appeared through the mist. No footsteps approached. This is crazy, she whispered to herself. Sound could do strange things in fog and rain. She'd probably heard a bird, a raven or something, and her brain had interpreted it as human. That made sense. That was rational. She hiked on, but faster now, wanting to reach her planned campsite before dark. The crying followed her, never close, always at the edge of hearing, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, once from so far to her right, it couldn't possibly have been the same source. By the time she reached the campsite, a small flat area beside another stream, her hands were shaking as she set up her tent. Not from cold, from something else. Something she didn't want to name. The crying stopped once the tent was up. Zoe made dinner, her camp stove hissing in the rain, and ate without tasting the food. She kept her headlamp on, pointed out into the darkness, waiting for something to appear. Nothing did. She climbed into her sleeping bag fully dressed, telling herself it was because of the cold. She was asleep within minutes, exhaustion overriding unease. She woke to the sound of her name. Zoe. Soft. Almost a whisper. Coming from just outside the tent. She lay rigid in her sleeping bag, heart hammering. The voice had been female, she thought. Or maybe male. Or maybe neither. It had been wrong somehow, the syllables stretched too long, the tone not quite matching any human voice she'd ever heard. Zoe. Again. Closer. Who's there? Her voice cracked. Silence. Long enough that she began to think she'd imagined it. Then, help me, Zoe. She grabbed her flashlight with numb fingers and unzipped the tent fly, shining the light out into the darkness. Rain. Trees. Nothing else. Where are you? Here. The voice came from the direction of the stream. I fell. I'm hurt. Please help. Zoe's training warred with her instincts. If someone was injured, she had to help. That was basic human decency, basic wilderness ethics. But every nerve in her body screamed that something was wrong, that she should stay in the tent, zip it closed, wait for morning. I'm coming, she called, and hated how her voice shook. She pulled on her boots, grabbed her first aid kit, and climbed out of the tent into the rain. The stream was 30 feet from her campsite. Tumbling over rocks in the darkness, she swept her flashlight back and forth along the banks, looking for an injured hiker, a fallen climber, anything that would explain the voice. Nothing. Hello? Zoe. Right behind her. She spun, and for just a moment, less than a second, a fragment of perception. She saw something at the edge of her flashlight beam. Something that might have been a person, or might have been something else. Something with 2 long limbs and eyes that reflected light wrong, and a mouth that opened too wide. Then it was gone, and she was alone in the rain, her breath coming in gasps, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped the flashlight. Zoe ran, back to her tent, scrambling inside, zipping the fly shut with fingers that wouldn't quite obey her. She sat in the darkness, listening to the rain, listening to her own racing heartbeat, listening for the voice. It didn't come again that night, but she didn't sleep either. Oh. Benjamin's headlamp cut a cone of light through the rain and darkness, illuminating perhaps 15 feet of trail at a time. Everything beyond that was void. He'd been hiking for 40 minutes, following the valley trail toward the most likely point where Zoe would be returning. His radio crackled, making him jump. Unit 7, this is dispatch. Go ahead, Sarah. Any sign of her? Negative. I'm about 3 miles in. Still have another mile to the junction point. Copy. Be advised, we're getting some weird reports from other areas of the park. Might be related, might not. Benjamin stopped walking. What kind of reports? Campers at Dumpling Mountain called in about 20 minutes ago. Said they heard someone calling for help near their site, but when they went to investigate, no one was there. They're pretty spooked. The cold thread down his spine again, stronger now. Did they describe the voice? Said it sounded like a child crying, then calling for help. But here's the thing. They said it knew their names, called out to them specifically. Benjamin's hand tightened on the radio. What did you tell them? Told them to stay in their tents, don't investigate further. I've got Marcus heading their way now. She paused. Ben, what's going on out there? He should have said he didn't know. He should have stuck to procedure, to rationality, to the kinds of explanations that made sense in incident reports. Instead, he found himself saying, "Have you ever heard of Kushtaka?" Silence on the radio for a long moment. Then, "Yeah, my grandmother told stories, Tlingit legends. Why?" "Just wondering." He keyed off before she could ask more questions. Kushtaka. The word felt heavy in his mind, laden with implications he didn't want to examine too closely. He'd heard the stories 2 years ago, from an old ranger who'd grown up in a Tlingit village near Juneau. Shapeshifters that lived near water, that could take the form of otters or humans or something in between. They mimicked voices, lured people away from safety, led them into rivers where they'd be transformed. Lost, never found. Just stories. Folklore. The kind of tales every wilderness culture told to keep children from wandering too far from camp, to explain the unexplainable. Except for the empty trail camera footage. Except for the campers at Dumpling Mountain. Except for the fact that Zoe Castellanos, an experienced hiker with good gear and good sense, was now 4 hours overdue and somewhere in these dark, rain-soaked forests. Benjamin continued hiking, his senses hyper-alert now. The rain continued its monotonous drum against his hood. The trail wound through forest so thick his headlamp beam couldn't penetrate more than a few feet into the undergrowth. Several times he stopped, certain he'd heard something. A footstep, a branch breaking, a voice, but each time there was only rain, only darkness. At the 4-mile mark, he found her first camp. The tent was still standing, properly staked, the fly taut and undamaged. Her pack leaned against a tree, covered with its rain cover. Everything looked normal, orderly, exactly how a responsible backpacker would leave a camp. Except Zoe wasn't there. Benjamin approached slowly, announcing himself. Zoe Castellanos? This is Park Ranger Benjamin Chen. If you're here, please respond. Nothing. He unzipped the tent. Her sleeping bag was inside, along with some clothes, a book, a water filter. The tent was dry inside. She'd been here, had set up properly, and then... What left? Why would she leave her sleeping bag behind? Benjamin backed away from the tent and called dispatch. Sarah, I found her camp at the 4-mile mark. Tent set up, gear present, but she's not here. Could she be out using the bathroom, maybe? Her sleeping bag is still in the tent. In this weather? Nobody hikes away from their bag. And her pack is here too. She wouldn't have gone far without her pack. Okay. We need to escalate this. I'm calling in a full search and rescue for First Light. Can you stay there tonight, secure the scene? Benjamin looked at the tent, at the dark forest pressing in from all sides. Every instinct told him to say no, to get back to the station where there were walls and light and the illusion of safety. But protocol was protocol. I'll stay. He set up his own emergency bivouac near her tent, using a tarp to create a small sheltered area. He built no fire. Everything was too wet. But he had his stove for hot water. He made tea and drank it without tasting it, his eyes constantly scanning the darkness beyond his headlamp's reach. At 9:47 p.m., he heard the crying. It started soft, almost below the threshold of hearing. a child's voice sobbing, heartbroken. Benjamin stood up slowly, his hand dropping to the canister of bear spray on his belt. Not his gun. He didn't know why, but the bear spray felt right in a way the gun didn't. The crying continued, moving through the forest, perhaps 50 yards from his position. Circling, not approaching, not retreating, just present. "Who's there?" His voice came out steady, authoritative. "Good. This is a closed area. Identify yourself." The crying stopped. In its place, a new voice, female, strained, familiar, even though he'd only heard it once 2 days ago. Benjamin, please help me, I'm lost." Zoe's voice, exactly Zoe's voice, with that slight Seattle accent, that particular cadence, but wrong, stretched, like a recording played at slightly the wrong speed. "Where are you, Zoe?" "I don't know. I can't see. Everything is dark. Please, I'm so cold." Benjamin grabbed his flashlight and swept the forest. Nothing. Just trees and rain and darkness. "Stay where you are. Keep talking so I can find you." I'm trying, but I can't." "Benjamin, there's something wrong with the forest. The trees keep moving, the trail keeps changing. I've been walking for hours, but I'm still in the same place." His blood ran cold. Those weren't the words of a lost hiker. Those were the words of someone experiencing something else entirely, something that shouldn't be possible. "Zoe, I need you to activate your emergency beacon. Press the SOS button on your spot device. Can you do that?" "I don't have it. I don't have anything. I don't remember. When did I lose my pack? Benjamin, when did I lose my pack?" The voice was starting to sound less like Zoe and more like something else. The words came with pauses in wrong places, emphasis on wrong syllables. Whatever was speaking was losing its grip on the mimicry, or maybe it didn't care anymore about maintaining the illusion. "I don't think you're Zoe," Benjamin said quietly. Silence, long and heavy, then laughter. Not human laughter, something that started as laughter and descended into a sound that belonged to no human throat. A chittering, warbling noise that made his skin crawl and his stomach clench. The sound moved through the forest, impossibly fast, circling his position. He spun, trying to track it, but it came from everywhere and nowhere. His headlamp caught glimpses, movement between trees, something sleek and wrong, too low to the ground to be human but moving upright in ways that animals didn't move. Benjamin. His own name in his mother's voice now. His mother who'd been dead for 3 years. "Benjamin, why didn't you come? I waited so long. I called and called, but you never came. You're not real." He said it loudly, firmly, as much to himself as to whatever was out there. "My mother is dead. You're not her. Not real." The voice shifted again, became something that might have been Zoe or might have been nothing human. Not real, not real. But she was real. Is real. Will be real. Time is different in the water, Benjamin. Time is different when you change. Where is she? Where is Zoe? Everywhere. Nowhere. Becoming. She fought so hard, Benjamin. She screamed your name. Did you hear? Were you listening? He hadn't been. 2 days ago, while whatever this was had taken Zoe Castellanos, he'd been at the ranger station drinking coffee, filing paperwork, living his normal life. While she'd been dragged into whatever nightmare this was. The chittering sound came again, closer now. Benjamin pulled his bear spray, held it ready. "Show yourself." "Would you like that? Would you like to see? We could show you what she saw. We could show you what happens when the river takes you. When the change begins, when you realize you're becoming something else and there's nothing you can do to stop it." Movement at the edge of his light. Not close enough to see clearly, but close enough to perceive. Something wet and dark. Something with too many joints. Something that reflected his headlamp beam with eyes that weren't animal and weren't human. "She's at the river," it said. And now the voice was a perfect copy of his own, Benjamin speaking to Benjamin. "She's at the river waiting for you. She wants to show you how the water feels." She wants to teach you how to swim the deep places where the light doesn't reach. Don't you want to see her again? Don't you want to help? No. Liar. The voice held amusement now, cruel and ancient. You're already wondering, already thinking about it. What if she's still alive? What if you could save her? What if you just walked down to the river, just looked, just... Benjamin triggered the bear spray, aiming at where he'd seen the movement. The stream of capsaicin shot out into the darkness, and something shrieked. Not a human scream, not an animal cry, but something in between, something that hurt to hear. The forest fell silent. He stood there, spray canister still extended, breathing hard, waiting. Minutes passed. 5, 10. Nothing moved. The rain continued falling. The darkness pressed in from all sides. Very slowly, Benjamin backed toward his bivouac. He didn't turn his back on the forest. He didn't lower the spray. When he reached his tarp, he crawled inside and sat with his back against a tree, the spray in one hand and his radio in the other. "Sarah," he whispered into the radio. "Sarah, are you there?" Static, pure static. He checked the battery. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. Tried again. "Dispatch, this is Unit 7. Do you copy?" The static resolved into a voice, his own voice. "We copy, Unit 7. We're right here. We've always been here. Waiting." He shut off the radio and sat in the darkness, listening to the rain, listening to his own heartbeat, listening for the sound of something approaching through the forest. It didn't come for him that night, but he heard it, moving through the trees, circling his position again and again, patient as stone, hungry as time. A dawn came gray and dim, the rain finally tapering to drizzle. Benjamin emerged from his bivouac stiff and exhausted, having not slept at all. His radio worked again, crackling to life with Sarah's genuinely concerned voice. Ben, we lost contact with you last night. What happened?" "Radio malfunction." The lie came easily. What else could he say? "I'm at the campsite. Need a search team here as soon as possible." "They're already mobilizing. Should be at your position by 8. He waited, sipping cold coffee from his thermos, staring at Zoe's tent. In the gray morning light, it looked so normal, so mundane. A blue tent in a forest clearing, slightly damp from rain. Nothing sinister, nothing impossible. Except he knew Zoe Castellanos wasn't coming back. Not the Zoe who had smiled at him 2 days ago, who had asked intelligent questions about bear safety, who had been excited about 3 days alone in the wilderness. That Zoe was gone. The search and rescue team arrived at 8:15. 6 people, including Marcus, all experienced wilderness responders. They spread out in a grid pattern, searching the area around the camp. Benjamin joined them, though he felt hollow inside, going through motions he knew were futile. At 10:30, one of the searchers called out, "Found something!" They converged on the location, a small stream perhaps 200 yards from the camp. The searcher, a woman named Jennifer, pointed at the muddy bank. Footprints, human footprints small enough to be Zoe's, leading into the water, but not coming out on the other side. "The current's not strong enough to wash them away," Jennifer said, frowning. "She should have left prints on the far bank." They searched up and down the stream for half a mile in both directions. No exit prints, no signs of her emerging from the water. It was as if she'd walked into the stream and simply ceased to exist. Marcus stood beside Benjamin at the water's edge. "What the hell happened here?" Benjamin watched the water flow past, dark and cold and ancient. Beneath the surface, something caught his eye. A flash of movement there and gone. It might have been a fish. It might have been an otter. It might have been something else entirely. "I don't know," he said quietly. They searched for 3 more days. Helicopters when the weather cleared, dog teams, volunteers from King Salmon and Anchorage. They found nothing else. No body, no gear scattered by a fall, no signs of animal predation. Nothing. The official report listed Zoe Castellanos as missing, presumed drowned. An accident, tragic but explicable. These things happened in the wilderness. People got disoriented, made bad decisions, stepped wrong, and were swept away by currents stronger than they looked. Benjamin signed off on the report. He didn't mention the voices. He didn't mention what he'd seen at the edge of his light. He didn't mention the conversation with something that wasn't human, that spoke with stolen voices and promised transformation in dark water. He requested a transfer 3 weeks later. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic reasons. He would remain at Katmai through the end of the season. On his last patrol before the winter closure, he found himself at the stream where Zoe's footprints had disappeared. He stood on the bank, looking down into the water. It was clear enough to see the stones on the bottom, the small fish darting between rocks, and something else. Something that might have been shadows, might have been movement, might have been nothing at all. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The water flowed past, indifferent, eternal. If it heard, it gave no sign. But as Benjamin turned to leave, he could have sworn he heard something behind him. A woman's voice carried on the wind and rain. "Benjamin." He didn't turn around. He walked back to the station, filed his final report, and when the season ended, he flew back to Anchorage and took the first job he could find that kept him away from wilderness, away from forests, away from water. But sometimes, late at night, he still hears it. The crying sound. The voice that knows his name. The chittering laughter that comes from throats that belong to neither man nor animal. And he wonders if Zoe Castellanos is still out there, somewhere between human and something else, swimming in deep places where the light doesn't reach, waiting for the next hiker to hear the crying and come to investigate, waiting for someone to help. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: August 17th, 2019. The cypress trees stood like ancient pillars in water the color of strong tea, their knees breaking the surface in knobbed clusters that seemed almost deliberate, almost architectural. Marcus Webb had walked the boardwalk loop 17 times that week, his 8th year as a ranger at Congaree National Park, and he still found something new to notice each time. Today it was the way the Spanish moss hung motionless in the thick air, gray-green curtains that didn't sway even slightly, despite the approaching weather system churning somewhere over the Atlantic. The humidity sat on everything like a second skin. By 9 in the morning, his uniform shirt already clung to his back, and the radio on his belt felt heavier than it should. The forecast had been calling for the tropical storm since Wednesday. Tropical Storm Claudette, they'd named it, though the meteorologist couldn't agree on whether it would make landfall as far north as South Carolina or curve south toward Savannah. Either way, the park would feel it. Marcus could already smell the storm in the air, that particular scent of ozone and disturbed water, like the earth itself was holding its breath. The floodplain was already higher than normal for August. Another few inches, and they'd have to close the low boardwalk sections. Another foot, and they'd evacuate the backcountry campers entirely. He stopped at the intersection where the boardwalk split toward Weston Lake, checking his watch. 9:43. The morning had been quiet so far. 3 visitors on the early loop, all out by 8:30. A retired couple from Pennsylvania and a young woman who'd been sketching the bald cypress roots with impressive detail. She'd shown him her work when he'd passed. Intricate pen drawings that captured the way the trees seemed to grow directly from the water, their bases flaring like the hems of ball gowns. He'd complimented her technique, reminded her about the weather forecast, and continued his patrol. The radio crackled. "Unit 4, this is base." Marcus unclipped it from his belt. "Unit 4, go ahead. Just confirming you completed the morning loop. We've got a weather update. Claudette's tracking is looking more certain. National Weather Service is saying landfall around Charleston, late tonight or early tomorrow. We're implementing storm protocols as of 1400 hours. Copy that. Loop's clear. I'm heading back to check the primitive campsite registry. Roger. Be advised, we've got 1 overnight permit still active for Cedar Creek. Single camper, checked in yesterday afternoon." Marcus felt a small knot form in his stomach. Cedar Creek was one of the more remote sites. accessible only by a 2-mile trail that wound through some of the densest old-growth forest in the park. Beautiful spot, but it flooded fast when the water rose. Do we have contact information? Affirmative. Allison Brenner, cell number on file. I tried calling 10 minutes ago. No answer. Probably no signal out there. I'll hike out and notify her in person. Storm protocols mean mandatory evacuation of backcountry sites, right? Correct. If she wants to stay, she'll need to move to the designated emergency shelter at Longleaf Campground. But honestly, Marcus, with the water rising, I'd recommend she leave the park entirely. Understood. I'll head out there now, should be back by 1300. Copy. Stay safe out there. Marcus clipped the radio back to his belt and adjusted his pack. 2 miles wasn't far, but in this heat and humidity, it would feel longer. He'd need to bring extra water for the camper too. If she'd been out there since yesterday, she might be running low, and the creek water definitely needed treatment before drinking, no matter how clear it looked. He returned to the ranger station, refilled his Camelback, grabbed 2 extra bottles, added a basic first aid kit and a park map with the emergency shelter locations marked. Standard procedure. The station was a small building with air conditioning that barely worked, and a persistent smell of mildew that no amount of dehumidifying could eliminate. This was the low country after all. Everything stayed damp. Everything grew things. Moss, mold, mushrooms sprouting from places they shouldn't. Marcus had learned to accept it as part of the ecosystem, part of what made Congaree unique. 26,000 acres of old-growth bottomland hardwood forest, one of the last significant stands remaining in the United States. The trees here had been growing for centuries, some of them dating back to before European contact. Walking through Congaree was like walking through a cathedral built by time itself. He locked the station and headed for the Cedar Creek trailhead. The path started innocuously enough, a well-maintained dirt track that quickly narrowed and darkened as it entered the forest proper. The canopy closed overhead, laurel oak and sweet gum mixing with the towering loblolly pines that gave the region its name. Light filtered down in broken shafts, green gold and heavy with moisture. Within 100 yards, the sounds of the parking area and visitor center faded completely, replaced by the dense quiet of the swamp forest. Not silent, though. Never silent. Congaree was always alive with sound if you listened carefully. The high-pitched buzz of cicadas formed a constant background hum. Woodpeckers drummed in the distance. The sharp rat-a-tat of a pileated, probably, searching for beetles in dead wood. Frogs called from the water channels that crisscrossed the floodplain, a bass chorus that rose and fell in waves. And beneath it all, the subtle sounds of water itself, dripping, trickling, flowing through channels visible and invisible, the slow pulse of the wetland ecosystem. Marcus walked at a steady pace, watching the trail out of habit. Roots crossed the path in places, thick and gnarled, slick with moisture. Mushrooms grew in clusters, small brown ones, delicate white ones, and occasionally the bright orange of a chicken of the woods fungus, climbing a dead trunk like flames. He'd learned to identify most of them over the years, though he'd never been brave enough to try eating the edible varieties. Too many looked similar. Too easy to make a fatal mistake. The trail wound deeper into the forest, following the slight elevation changes that distinguished high ground from floodplain in this flat landscape. In places, boardwalks bridged standing water where the trail would otherwise be impassable. The wood was dark with age and moisture, the planks stamped with warnings about alligators and venomous snakes. Both were common here, though Marcus rarely saw them during the day. They had more sense than humans when it came to the heat. They found shade, stayed still, conserved energy. He was perhaps a mile in when he noticed the silence. It didn't happen all at once. The cicadas faded first, their buzz diminishing gradually until he realized he'd been walking for several minutes without hearing them at all. Then the frogs stopped, then the birds. Marcus slowed his pace, listening. This happened sometimes when a predator moved through, a bobcat or coyote, occasionally a black bear, though those were rare. The small creatures went quiet, waiting for danger to pass. But there was no sound of movement, No rustling in the undergrowth, no snap of twigs under heavy paws. Just the absence of sound, as if the forest itself had paused to listen. Marcus stood still on the trail, barely breathing, extending his senses. The air felt heavier somehow, thicker. The light seemed dimmer, though the canopy hadn't changed. He could hear his own heartbeat, surprisingly loud in his ears. Could hear the slight rasp of his breathing, and beneath that, or perhaps imagined, a sound like breathing that wasn't his own. Slow, rhythmic, as if the forest itself had lungs. He shook his head slightly, annoyed at himself. 8 years in the park, and he was getting spooked by natural silence. A predator had passed through. That was all. The sounds would return. He continued walking, but found himself moving more quietly, stepping carefully to avoid snapping twigs or scuffing the path. The silence persisted for another quarter-mile before the first frog resumed calling, tentative at first, then joined by others. The cicadas started again. The forest exhaled, and Marcus realized he'd been holding tension in his shoulders that he now consciously relaxed. Nothing wrong. Just the woods being the woods. The Cedar Creek campsite sat in a small clearing about 50 yards from the creek itself, accessible by a narrow spur trail marked with a weathered wooden sign. Marcus had been there dozens of times. It was a popular spot for experienced campers who wanted solitude but didn't want to venture into the true backcountry sites that required navigation by compass and map. Cedar Creek had a fire ring, a cleared tent pad, and a bear box for food storage. Basic, but maintained. He could see the tent as soon as he entered the clearing. A small 2-person model, dark green, pitched properly with the guy line secured and the rainfly attached despite the current lack of rain. Good camping practice. Whoever this Allison Brenner was, she knew what she was doing. The tent flap was closed. "Hello, the camp," Marcus called out using the traditional hiker's greeting. "Park ranger doing a wellness check." No response. He walked closer, noting the details automatically. A pair of hiking boots sat outside the tent, neatly placed. A small camp chair was set up near the fire ring, which contained the cold remains of a fire from last night. Burned down to white ash, properly extinguished. A stuff sack hung from the bear cable, probably containing food. Everything looked orderly, well organized. Nothing seemed wrong. "Ms. Brenner?" He stopped about 10 feet from the tent. "Allison Brenner. This is Park Ranger Marcus Webb. I need to talk to you about the weather forecast." Still no response. The tent didn't move. No sound of someone stirring inside. Marcus felt a prickle of concern. Maybe she was out hiking, exploring the area. But her boots were here, and hiking in the swamp in sandals or barefoot was asking for trouble. Too many roots, too many things that could cut or bite. He approached the tent and knocked on the aluminum pole near the entrance. "Ms. Brenner, are you in there?" He waited 10 seconds, then carefully unzipped the tent flap a few inches. "I'm opening your tent to check on your welfare. If you're in there, please respond." He pulled the flap wider and looked inside. Empty. The sleeping bag was rolled neatly in one corner, a small backpack propped against it. A headlamp hung from the tent's interior loop. A book. He could see it was a field guide to southern trees lay on top of the sleeping bag. Everything packed and organized as if she'd stepped out for just a moment. But her boots were outside. Where would she have gone? Marcus straightened and scanned the campsite more carefully. No signs of disturbance. No indication of an animal getting into the camp. The stuff sack hanging from the bear cable was intact, showing she'd followed proper food storage protocols. He walked toward the creek, thinking maybe she'd gone to filter water or wash up, though the lack of boots still bothered him. The creek itself ran clear and dark, tan and stained water moving sluggishly between cypress knees and over submerged logs. The water level was definitely higher than normal. He could see the high water marks on the tree trunks, showing where the creek had been earlier in the summer. In another 12 hours, with the storm surge and rainfall from Claudette, this area would be significantly flooded. "Allison," he called louder now, his voice carrying through the forest. "Allison Brenner. If you can hear me, please respond. This is Park Ranger Webb. He listened. Frogs, cicadas, the slow gurgle of creek water. No human voice. Marcus pulled out his radio. Base, this is Unit 4. Static then. Go ahead, Unit 4. I'm at Cedar Creek campsite. The tent is here, set up and occupied, but the camper is not present. Boots are outside the tent, but I can't locate her in the immediate area. A pause. Any signs of disturbance or emergency? Negative. Everything looks orderly, but she's not answering calls and I can't see where she would have gone without her boots. Copy. Do you want backup for a search? Marcus checked his watch. 11:15. Let me do a quick search of the immediate area first. She might have just gone for a short walk. I'll radio in 15 minutes with an update. Roger that. We'll stand by. He clipped the radio back and began a systematic search of the area around the campsite, moving in concentric circles, looking for any sign of passage. The ground was soft in places, muddy in others, but he found no clear footprints. No broken vegetation suggesting someone had pushed through the undergrowth. No calls for help. No signs of injury. After 10 minutes, he expanded his search farther from the camp, following the creek upstream for 100 yards, then downstream for the same distance. Nothing. The forest simply absorbed her, left no trace. It was as if Allison Brenner had stepped out of her tent and vanished into the humid air. Marcus felt the knot in his stomach tighten. This wasn't right. People didn't just disappear. But in Congaree, in 26,000 acres of swamp forest where you could walk 50 feet off trail and be completely disoriented, where the water was rising and a storm was coming, yes, people could disappear. It happened. Not often, but it happened. He was about to radio base again when he noticed something. On a cypress tree about 30 yards from the campsite, at roughly eye level, something had been carved into the bark, not deeply, just scratched into the surface like someone had used a fingernail or a sharp stick. Marcus approached it slowly, an irrational sense of dread building in his chest. The carving was simple. 3 curved lines, arranged in a pattern that looked almost like a simplified face. 2 marks for eyes and 1 for a mouth. But the mouth was wrong. It curved upward in a smile that was too wide, too sharp, like a crescent moon lying on its back. Below the face, a single word had been scratched. Riding. Marcus stared at the carving, a cold feeling spreading through him despite the oppressive heat. The marks looked fresh. The exposed wood was still pale, not yet darkened by moisture and oxidation. They could have been made today, could have been made last night. He'd never seen anything like this in the park before. Vandalism happened occasionally, initials carved in trees, spray paint on rocks. But this felt different. This felt deliberate, meaningful in a way he couldn't articulate. The face with its too wide smile seemed to be looking at him, and the word riding echoed in his mind with implications he didn't want to consider. His grandmother had been from the Low Country, from a small Gullah community outside Beaufort. She'd died when Marcus was 12, but he remembered the stories she used to tell. Old stories, passed down through generations that stretched back to West Africa. Stories that had evolved and changed in the humid darkness of the Carolina coast. Stories about things that moved at night. Things that weren't quite human anymore, if they ever had been. One story in particular came back to him now, unbidden. The story of the Boo Hag. He pushed the memory away. That was folklore. That was stories told to scare children. This was a real missing person in a real national park with a real storm approaching. He needed to focus on practical concerns, not on half-remembered tales from childhood. But the word riding stayed with him as he pulled out his radio. Base, this is Unit 4. I need to initiate a search and rescue operation. I'm marking this as a code yellow. Missing person, circumstances unclear. Allison Brenner had arrived at Cedar Creek campsite yesterday afternoon with a sense of relief that she hadn't expected to feel so intensely. The drive from Charlotte had taken 4 hours, and the last month of her life had been, she didn't even have a word for it. Suffocating, maybe. Crushing. Her father's funeral had been 3 weeks ago. The estate settlement was dragging on. Her sister wasn't speaking to her over a disagreement about their mother's care. And Marcus, different Marcus, her ex-boyfriend Marcus, had started dating someone new, posting pictures that kept appearing in Allison's social media feed no matter how many times she muted or blocked. She'd needed to get away, needed to be somewhere with no cell signal, no internet, no constant stream of other people's expectations and judgments. Somewhere she could just exist without having to perform or explain or justify. Congaree had seemed perfect, remote but not dangerous, beautiful but not crowded. She'd reserved the Cedar Creek site online, packed her gear with the kind of meticulous attention to detail that came from years of camping with her father, and driven south into the low country, with her windows down and her phone off. The hike to the campsite had been harder than she'd expected. The humidity was brutal, and her pack was heavier than it needed to be. She'd overpacked, as usual, bringing things just in case that she'd probably never use. But she'd made it, and the campsite was even better than the pictures online. The clearing was peaceful, shaded by massive trees that seemed to exist in a different time scale than human concerns. The creek burbled nearby, soothing and constant. She'd set up her tent efficiently, hung her food, built a fire, and cooked a simple dinner of rice and dehydrated vegetables. As the sun set and the forest darkened around her, she'd felt something like peace for the first time in weeks. The fire crackled, the frogs sang. The weight she'd been carrying seemed to lift just slightly. She'd read for a while by Headlamp, the field guide to southern trees that she'd bought specifically for this trip, wanting to identify the giants that surrounded her. Bald cypress, water tupelo, laurel oak, overcup oak, names that felt solid, ancient, real, in a way that legal documents and funeral arrangements didn't. By 9:30 she was exhausted, more tired than she'd realized. The heat and the hike had drained her. She'd banked the fire properly, checked that all her food was secure, and retreated to her tent. The sleeping bag felt clean and safe. The sound of the creek was hypnotic. She'd fallen asleep within minutes. And then, sometime in the deepest part of the night, she'd woken. Not suddenly. Not with the jolt of alarm that comes from a nightmare or a sudden noise. She'd woken slowly, consciousness rising like bubbles through dark water, and with it came the sensation that something was wrong. Her body felt heavy, impossibly heavy, as if the sleeping bag had become a lead blanket. She tried to move and couldn't. Her arms wouldn't respond to her commands. Her legs were numb, distant, barely part of her. Panic flickered in her mind, but even that felt muted, as if her emotions were happening somewhere far away. She could feel her heart beating, fast, too fast, but she couldn't seem to draw a full breath. Her chest felt compressed, squeezed by some enormous weight that she couldn't see. She tried to open her eyes, managed it barely. The tent interior was dark, the fabric walls barely visible in the faint starlight that filtered through the mesh windows. Everything looked normal. Nothing moved, but she could feel it. Something was wrong with the air itself. It felt thicker, harder to breathe, and there was a smell she couldn't identify. Something sweet and rotten at the same time, like flowers left in a vase too long. And then she heard the breathing, not her own labored attempts to fill her lungs. This was different. This was slow, rhythmic, deliberate. The breathing of something massive, something patient, something that had all the time in the world. It seemed to come from right above her, right on top of her, though she couldn't see anything when she rolled her eyes upward. Just the dark ceiling of the tent. But she could feel it. Weight pressing down on her chest. Weight that corresponded with each exhale of that slow, terrible breathing. As if something was sitting on her, using her, riding her like a horse that had no choice but to carry its burden. Allison tried to scream. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She tried to thrash, to fight, to move anything, a finger, a toe, anything, but her body refused to obey. She was trapped in her own flesh, pinned beneath something she couldn't see, couldn't fight, couldn't escape. The breathing continued. In, out, and with each exhale, she felt something being pulled from her, Not blood, not anything physical she could name, but something essential, something that made her her. It was being drawn out through her breath, stolen with each cycle of those enormous invisible lungs. Time stopped meaning anything. She might have been paralyzed for seconds or hours. All she knew was the breathing, the weight, the slow draining feeling of being emptied out like a vessel, and underneath her terror a strange thought surfaced. This has happened before. Not to her, but to others. Many others. This is old. This is what it does. Then, just as slowly as it had come, the weight lifted. The breathing stopped. The air in the tent suddenly felt normal again. Hot, humid, but breathable. Allison gasped, pulling in oxygen like someone who'd been underwater too long. Her body was her own again. She could move her fingers, curl her toes, turn her head. She lay there shaking, too terrified to do anything else. What had that been? A nightmare? Sleep paralysis? She'd heard of that. A condition where your mind wakes but your body remains in sleep paralysis, often accompanied by hallucinations and a sensation of pressure on the chest. That had to be it. Had to be. But the smell lingered, sweet and rotten, real. And outside her tent, very softly, she heard footsteps, not the sound of boots or shoes. This was something else, a soft padding sound, skin on dirt moving around the perimeter of her tent in a slow circle. Around and around. And with it a new sound that made her blood turn to ice. Humming. Someone was humming a tune she almost recognized. Something old and rhythmic, like a lullaby or a work song. The voice was female, but wrong somehow. The pitch wavered in ways human voices didn't, sliding between notes that had no names. Allison pulled the sleeping bag up to her chin, her heart hammering so hard she thought it might burst. The footsteps continued circling. The humming went on, around and around her tent, patient and methodical, like a predator establishing territory. She waited for it to stop, waited for morning, waited for anything to change, but the circling continued until the sky began to lighten. And only then, as the first bird started calling and the forest woke around her, did the footsteps finally move away, fading into the undergrowth with that same soft padding sound. Allison lay motionless until full daylight, then emerged from her tent on shaking legs to find her boots arranged neatly outside where she'd left them, and the morning looking completely normal. The fire ring was cold. The forest was peaceful. Nothing suggested that anything unusual had happened, except that she felt wrong, hollowed out, like something vital had been taken and not returned. And when she looked at the cypress tree 30 yards from her tent, she saw the carving that definitely hadn't been there yesterday, the face with its too wide smile, the single word, writing. She'd backed away from it slowly, fighting the urge to pack immediately and leave. But where would she go? Back to Charlotte? Back to the life that felt like it was crushing her? At least here the danger was honest, straightforward. At least here she could see it coming. Except she couldn't. Whatever had visited her tent last night, whatever had sat on her chest and stolen her breath, she hadn't seen it at all, had only felt it. And now it had marked the trees, marked her campsite, marked her. Allison had spent the morning trying to rationalize what happened. Sleep paralysis, stress, grief manifesting in strange ways. She'd forced herself to eat breakfast, to drink water, to act normal. She'd left her boots outside the tent because they were muddy. She'd taken her field guide and walked down to the creek in her camp sandals, trying to focus on tree identification, trying to convince herself that everything was fine. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. Something patient. Something waiting for night to fall again. And now she stood by the creek, the field guide open in her hands to a page she wasn't reading, and she realized she'd been standing in the same spot for 20 minutes without moving. Time felt strange. Thick. The forest was too quiet. The birds had stopped singing, the frogs had stopped calling. And behind her, very softly, she heard footsteps approaching through the undergrowth. The same soft padding sound from last night. Skin on dirt. Coming closer. Allison turned slowly, her field guide falling from her hands into the shallow water. There was nothing there. Just the forest, just the trees, just the thick, humid air, and the sudden, complete silence. But she could feel it, right in front of her. Right there, close enough to touch. And then she felt the breath on her face. Slow, rhythmic, patient. And she opened her mouth to scream, but found she couldn't make a sound. Couldn't move. Couldn't do anything but stand there as the invisible weight pressed against her chest, and the breathing continued, in and out, stealing everything she was with each exhale. The last thing Allison Brenner saw before the forest swallowed her completely was her own reflection in the creek water. But the reflection was wrong. The reflection was smiling too wide, with a mouth like a crescent moon, and she realized with distant horror that the face in the water wasn't hers anymore. It was wearing her, and it was hungry. The search and rescue team arrived at Cedar Creek campsite by 1:30 in the afternoon. 3 rangers plus 2 volunteers from the local SAR unit, all experienced in wilderness search protocols. They spread out in a grid pattern, calling Allison's name, looking for any sign of passage or disturbance. Marcus led them through the same areas he'd already searched, pointing out the tent, the boots, the organized campsite. He showed them the carving on the cypress tree, though he didn't mention what it meant to him, what memories it stirred from his grandmother's stories. The team photographed it as potential evidence but didn't assign it much significance. Probably just vandalism, they agreed, unrelated to the missing person. By 3 o'clock, they'd expanded the search radius to half a mile. By 4, they'd found nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no signs of injury. It was as if Allison Brenner had simply ceased to exist. The storm was getting closer. Marcus could feel it in the air, in the way the light had turned yellow-green, in the way the wind had picked up just slightly, making the Spanish moss finally move after days of hanging still. They had maybe 3 or 4 hours before the outer bands of Claudette arrived. After that, the floodwaters would rise fast, and the search would have to be suspended until the storm passed. "We need to make a decision," said Janet Kowalski, the lead SAR coordinator. She was a woman in her 50s with gray hair pulled back in a practical bun, and the kind of calm competence that came from decades of emergency response. "Do we pull out now and resume tomorrow? Or do we push through until conditions force us to stop?" Marcus looked at the sky. "If we leave now, we might not be able to get back here for 2 or 3 days. The water's already high. With the storm surge and rainfall, this whole area could be under 3 feet of water by morning. Which means if she's injured somewhere, lying low, she won't survive," Marcus finished. "I know." Janet nodded slowly. "Then we push until we can't anymore. But we stay in constant radio contact, and if I call retreat, everyone moves immediately. No heroes, agreed?" The team agreed. They spread out again, pushing deeper into the swamp forest, moving into areas where the trails disappeared entirely, and navigation became a matter of compass and instinct. The water was knee-deep in places now, forcing them to wade through murky channels where anything could be hidden beneath the surface. Cottonmouths, alligators, submerged logs that could trip you and hold you under. Marcus found himself in an area he'd only been to once before, years ago during a wildlife survey. The trees here were enormous, some of them with trunks 10 feet in diameter. Their bases flared into complex root systems that looked like the flying buttresses of Gothic cathedrals. The canopy was so dense overhead that it felt like twilight even in mid-afternoon. The only light came in scattered beams that caught the humidity and turned the air visible, solid, like you could reach out and touch it. He moved slowly, carefully, calling Allison's name every few minutes and listening for any response. The forest answered with its usual sounds, frogs, insects, the distant call of a barred owl waking early because of the darkness. Nothing human, nothing helpful. Then he saw the marks on the trees. Not carved, like the one back at the campsite. These were scratched into the bark at various heights, some low to the ground, others 8 or 10 feet up, as if something had climbed the trunks while marking them. The same pattern repeated on tree after tree. 3 curved lines forming that too-wide smile, with the single word riding scratched below. Marcus felt his skin prickle despite the heat. This was wrong. This was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The marks formed a trail of sorts leading deeper into the swamp, and against every instinct that told him to stop, to go back, to radio for backup, he followed them. The ground was almost completely submerged here, the water dark and still, reflecting the trees above like black glass. Marcus waded through it slowly, trying not to think about what might be moving beneath the surface. His radio crackled with periodic check-ins from the other searchers. Nothing to report, no signs, no trace. He was perhaps 3/4 of a mile from the campsite when he entered a small clearing where the water pooled deeper, creating a still pond surrounded by massive cypress trees. The silence here was absolute. No frogs, no insects, no birds, just the sound of his own breathing and the soft ripple of water around his legs as he waded in. And there, in the center of the pond, floating face down in the dark water, was a body. Marcus's heart stopped. He surged forward, moving as fast as he could through the waist-deep water, reaching the figure in seconds and turning it over, already dreading what he'd find. But it wasn't Allison Brenner. It was something else. Something that might have been human once but wasn't anymore. The skin was wrong, too loose, too empty, like a deflated balloon. The face was slack, expressionless, the eyes open but clouded over, and most disturbing of all, the skin seemed to be separating from the body itself, peeling away in places as if it were nothing more than a garment that could be removed. Marcus recoiled, his mind refusing to process what he was seeing. This wasn't a drowning victim. This wasn't any kind of death he'd ever encountered. This was something else entirely, something that violated every natural law he understood. And then the skin moved. Not the body, the skin itself. It rippled, contracted, began to pull away from the flesh beneath as if it were alive, as if it had its own intentions. Marcus scrambled backward through the water, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps, and as he watched in horror, the skin separated completely from the corpse and began to fold itself, compact itself, become something else. It happened fast. One moment it was human skin, recognizable even in its wrongness. The next it was something that had no name, something that existed between forms, neither flesh nor shadow, but something that contained elements of both. It hung in the air above the floating corpse for a moment, rippling like cloth in an invisible wind, and Marcus could see the shape of it now. The shape of a human figure, but hollow, empty, waiting to be filled. And then it looked at him. It had no eyes, no face, but he could feel its attention like a physical weight, could feel it seeing him, evaluating him, deciding whether he was worth the effort. The air around it shimmered with heat that had nothing to do with the August humidity. The smell hit him then. The same smell that had been in Allison's tent, sweet and rotten, flowers and decay mixed together in a combination that made his stomach turn. Marcus's hand went to his radio automatically. He needed to report this, needed to call for help. But when he tried to speak, no sound came out. His throat was closed, his vocal cords frozen. The thing in the air rippled again, and he felt pressure on his chest. Not physical, but real nonetheless. The same pressure Allison had felt. The same weight that came in the night. His grandmother's voice echoed in his memory. The boo hag. She slip out her skin at night. Go riding on folks while they sleep. Stealing they breath. Stealing they life. You gotta keep salt by your bed, child. Gotta keep the broom by the door. For day clean, she got to find her skin again and put it back on, else the daylight catch her and burn her up like paper and fire. But she's clever. She's patient. She remember who tried to stop her, and she come back for them later. The thing moved closer. Marcus could feel it now, hovering just inches from his face, and he realized with absolute certainty that if he let it touch him, if he let it press against his chest and steal his breath the way it had stolen Allison's, he would never leave this swamp. He would become like the corpse floating in the water, empty, used up, discarded like an old garment when the boo hag was finished with him. But he couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe. The radio on his belt crackled, Janet's voice distant and distorted. All units, this is base. Weather conditions deteriorating. Lightning strikes within 5 miles. Mandatory retreat to staging area. I repeat, mandatory retreat. The sound seemed to break whatever hold the thing had on him. Marcus sucked in air, his lungs burning, and found he could move again. He turned and ran, thrashing through the water without any thought of stealth or caution, driven by pure animal panic. Behind him he could hear, or feel, or imagine, the boo-hag following, moving through the air above the water with that same soft padding sound he'd heard at Allison's tent. He crashed through the undergrowth, scraping his arms on branches, splashing through water that seemed to grab at his legs like hands trying to pull him down. The forest was darker now, the storm clouds overhead blocking what little light remained. Lightning flashed in the distance, followed seconds later by thunder that seemed to shake the ground itself. His radio crackled again. Marcus, do you copy? Report your position." He grabbed for it, nearly dropping it in the water, and managed to gasp out, I'm heading back, I'm coming." "Are you injured? You sound... Just move. Everyone needs to get out of here now." He didn't wait for a response. He could see the marked trees now, the ones with the scratched faces, and he followed them backward like a trail of breadcrumbs, praying they would lead him back to the campsite, back to the team, back to something that made sense. The first drops of rain started falling, huge warm drops that felt like they had weight to them. The wind picked up, making the Spanish moss swing wildly, and the forest filled with the sound of branches creaking and leaves rustling. Nature's chaos, familiar and safe compared to what he'd just witnessed. He burst into the clearing at Cedar Creek campsite to find the rest of the team already there, securing their gear and preparing to evacuate. They all turned to look at him, and he must have looked as wild and terrified as he felt because Janet immediately came over and grabbed his shoulders. "What happened? Did you find something?" Marcus opened his mouth to answer and found he didn't know what to say. How do you explain what he'd seen? How do you tell experienced rescue professionals that the missing person was taken by something from folklore? Something that shouldn't exist but did? Something that wore human skin like a coat and rode people's breath in the night? He started, then stopped. "I found a body. In the water. But it's not Allison." "Where?" "Maybe 3/4 of a mile west. But we can't. We need to leave. Now." Janet's eyes narrowed. "Marcus, if there's a body, that changes everything. We need to secure the scene, document. It's not safe." The words came out more forcefully than he intended. "Janet, please trust me. We need to leave this area right now." She studied his face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay. We'll retreat to the staging area, ride out the storm, and return tomorrow with a larger team. You can show us the location then. But Marcus, are you sure you're okay?" He wasn't. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. But he nodded anyway, and the team began their evacuation, moving quickly through the forest as the storm intensified around them. Lightning flashed overhead now, bright enough to leave after images. Thunder followed immediately, so loud it felt like being inside a drum. The rain became a downpour, turning the trail into a stream. They made it back to the parking area by 6:15, soaked and exhausted. The other searchers dispersed to their vehicles, promising to return at first light. Janet pulled Marcus aside before she left. "That body you found," she said quietly. "You're sure it wasn't Allison Brenner?" "I'm sure." "Then we have 2 missing persons now, or 1 missing and 1 dead." She paused. "What do you think happened out there, Marcus?" He looked past her at the forest, at the trees swaying in the wind, at the darkness gathering between the trunks. "I don't know," he lied, "but I don't think we're going to find Allison alive." Janet's expression softened. "Hey, we don't give up. Not until we have proof. People survive in the woods for days, sometimes weeks. There's still hope." Marcus nodded, but he knew better. He'd seen what was left when the boo-hag was finished. He'd seen the empty skin floating in the water, the body drained of everything that made it human, and he'd felt the thing itself, felt its attention, felt it deciding whether he was worth taking. Allison Brenner was gone. Not lost, not injured. Gone in a way that no search and rescue team could fix, taken by something that existed in the spaces between daylight and dark, between sleep and waking, between the old stories and the new world that pretended such things didn't exist. He drove back to his apartment in Columbia in a daze, barely aware of the storm raging around him. The news on the radio reported that Tropical Storm Claudette was making landfall near Charleston, bringing heavy rainfall and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Flooding was expected throughout the Low Country. The Congaree River was rising. All parks in the region were closed until further notice. Marcus's apartment felt too bright, too modern, too far removed from what he'd experienced. He stood in the shower for 20 minutes trying to wash away the smell of the swamp, but he could still detect it underneath the soap and shampoo. That sweet, rotten smell that didn't belong in the natural world. He didn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt the weight on his chest, felt the boo hag sitting on him, riding him, stealing his breath. He kept the lights on, kept the television playing, kept moving around the apartment like motion itself would keep the darkness at bay. But he knew it was only temporary. The thing had seen him, had marked him, just like it had marked Allison, and sooner or later, when he finally let his guard down, when exhaustion forced him to sleep, it would come back. They always came back. The official search for Allison Brenner continued for 5 more days after the storm passed. The team expanded to include K-9 units, helicopter support, and volunteers from 3 counties. They found nothing. No body, no evidence, no trace of where she'd gone or what had happened to her. The corpse Marcus had seen in the pond was never found either. He led 3 separate teams back to the location, but the storm had changed the landscape, flooding areas that had been barely wet before, washing away landmarks he'd used for navigation. The clearing with the deep pool simply wasn't there anymore, or maybe it had never been there at all, existing only in that liminal space between reality and nightmare. After 2 weeks, the search was officially suspended. Allison Brenner was listed as missing, presumed dead, though her body was never recovered. The official report cited the storm, the rising floodwaters, and the dangerous conditions in the swamp as probable causes. Accidental drowning or exposure seemed most likely. These things happened in wilderness areas. Tragic, but not uncommon. Marcus requested a transfer. He submitted the paperwork 3 days after the search was suspended, citing personal reasons and a need for a change of environment. His supervisors were understanding. He'd been through a traumatic experience, finding evidence of a death even if the body couldn't be recovered. A change of scenery would probably be good for him. The transfer was approved, but it would take 6 weeks to process. 6 weeks during which Marcus would need to continue his duties at Congaree, continue walking the trails where Allison had disappeared, continue pretending that everything was normal. He lasted 4 weeks. The boo hag came for him on a Tuesday night in September. He woke from a sleep he couldn't remember falling into to find himself paralyzed, chest compressed by impossible weight, breath being stolen with each exhale of those massive invisible lungs. He could smell it, flowers and rot. Could feel it, patient, ancient, hungry. Could sense it remembering him, recognizing him, punishing him for having seen what he wasn't supposed to see. It rode him for hours, or maybe minutes. Time stopped meaning anything. All that existed was the breathing, the weight, the slow draining sensation of everything he was being pulled out and consumed by something that had no right to exist, but did anyway, had existed for generations, would continue to exist long after he was gone. When it finally released him, when dawn broke and the thing retreated back to wherever it went during daylight hours, Marcus lay shaking in his bed and knew he couldn't go back to Congaree, couldn't finish his last 2 weeks, couldn't pretend anymore. He called in sick that morning, called in sick the next day. The day after that, he resigned entirely, forfeiting his last paycheck and accumulated leave time. He packed his apartment in a single afternoon, threw everything in his car and drove north without any particular destination in mind. Just away. Away from the low country. Away from the swamp. Away from the trees that held too many memories and the water that reflected things that shouldn't exist. But the boo hag followed him anyway. Not every night. That would have been almost easier. Something he could prepare for, could defend against. It came randomly, once a week, sometimes twice, sometimes not for a month. Just often enough to keep him off balance, to prevent him from ever feeling truly safe. It would find him wherever he slept, whether in a motel room in Virginia or a cheap apartment in Ohio, or the spare bedroom of a friend's house in Michigan. Distance didn't matter. Locks didn't matter. Salt and brooms and all the old protections his grandmother had taught him, none of it mattered. The boo hag had marked him, and it would ride him until there was nothing left to take. Marcus found work at a national forest in Montana, as far from the coastal swamps as he could get. The dry mountain air felt like a different planet. The pine forests bore no resemblance to the flooded hardwoods of Congaree. He told himself the change would help, that the thing couldn't follow him across such a vast distance to such a different ecosystem. But on his first night in his new ranger station quarters, in a building surrounded by mountains and sagebrush and air so dry it cracked his lips, he woke to find himself paralyzed, a familiar weight pressing on his chest, a familiar smell filling the room. And he heard it then clearly for the first time, the boo hag's voice humming that old tune, the one his grandmother used to sing when she thought no one was listening. The low country song, the work song, the song that had traveled across the ocean from West Africa, had survived the Middle Passage, had been passed down through generations who knew that some things were real, even when the modern world insisted they weren't. The song that meant, I'm writing you, you're mine now, and you always will be. Marcus stopped fighting after that. What was the point? He continued his work, did his job, walked the trails and helped visitors and filed reports, but he was diminished, growing more hollow with each visit, each night of stolen breath. His colleagues noticed but didn't comment. He'd been through trauma, they reasoned. He'd witnessed a death. These things changed people. They didn't know the half of it. Sometimes late at night when he couldn't sleep, Marcus thought about Allison Brenner, wondered if she'd known what was happening to her, wondered if she'd felt the same slow draining, the same inevitable consumption, wondered if some part of her still existed somewhere, trapped in the skin the boo hag had stolen, forced to watch as the thing wore her face and hunted new victims. He hoped not. He hoped she'd been released, that whatever the boo hag had taken from her had at least granted her oblivion. But he suspected the truth was worse, suspected she was still there, somewhere, aware and trapped and unable to do anything but scream silently while the thing that had stolen her life continued its patient ancient work. The carving at Cedar Creek campsite was never removed. It was still there, Marcus knew, scratched into that cypress tree. The face with its too wide smile, the single word, writing, still there waiting for the next camper, the next visitor, the next person who would look at it and not understand until it was far too late. Still there, marking the territory, announcing what lived in those woods, what had always lived there, what would continue to live there long after the park was gone and the trees had fallen and the swamp had reclaimed everything humans had tried to build. The boo hag was patient. The boo hag was eternal. And the boo hag never forgot. Marcus learned that lesson well. He carried it with him every day, felt it with every stolen breath, knew it with a certainty deeper than bone. Some things can't be escaped. Some things can't be fought. Some things simply are, existing in the dark spaces of the world, in the old stories that people stopped believing, waiting patiently for the moment when someone ventures too far into the woods and the night comes and the breathing begins. And when that happens, all you can do is close your eyes and hope it's over quickly. Though it never is. It never is. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington. Date: August 12, 2019. The helicopter dropped Allison Chen at Sunrise Ridge Lookout on June 28th, and she wouldn't see another human face for 42 days. That was the deal. 6 weeks alone in a 14 by 14 foot cabin on stilts, 60 feet above the forest floor, watching for smoke plumes that would signal wildfire. 6 weeks of solitude, silence, and a job so simple a child could do it. Point the Osborne firefinder at the smoke. Call in the coordinates, let someone else handle the rest. It was exactly what Allison needed. She'd spent the previous 8 months in Seattle, in an apartment that never felt safe, with a man whose voice could turn a simple question into an interrogation. Where did you go? Who did you talk to? Why are you lying to me? The therapist had used words like coercive control and emotional abuse, but Allison just knew that she'd started to feel like she was disappearing, like her own thoughts weren't trustworthy anymore. The lookout job was escape. Real, physical, undeniable distance. No cell service, no internet, no way for anyone to reach her except the Forest Service radio that connected her to the ranger station 30 miles away, down in the Quinault Valley. The first week had been perfect. Allison learned the routine quickly. Wake with the sun, heat water on the propane stove for instant coffee, scan the horizon with binoculars in a slow 360-degree sweep. The forest stretched in every direction. Douglas fir, western hemlock, Sitka spruce creating a carpet of green so thick it looked solid enough to walk on. The Olympic Mountains rose to the east, still snow-capped even in late June. To the west, she could see a sliver of the Pacific Ocean on clear days, a line of blue at the edge of the world. The days developed a rhythm. Morning scan. Breakfast, usually oatmeal. Read a book. Noon scan. Lunch. Afternoon scan. More reading or sketching or writing in the journal her therapist had suggested. Evening scan as the sun set and turned the forest into layers of shadow. Dinner. Radio check-in with the ranger station. Sunrise Ridge. This is Quinault Station. Evening check-in. Quinault, this is Sunrise Ridge. All clear today. No smoke, visibility good, winds light from the west. Copy that, Sunrise. Weather tomorrow looks clear. We're showing high fire danger for the region, so stay sharp. Will do. Sunrise Ridge clear. The radio would click off and Allison would be alone again with the sound of wind in the trees, the distant call of ravens, the creak of the tower when gusts hit it. At night she'd read by lantern light until her eyes grew heavy, then climb into the narrow cot and sleep more deeply than she had in years. No one asking where she was. No one monitoring how long she spent in the bathroom. No one going through her phone while she slept. Just Allison, the forest, and the sky. By the second week, she'd developed small rituals. Coffee drunk from the same chipped mug while watching sunrise. A walk around the catwalk circling the cabin every afternoon, exactly 20 times around, counting steps. Lunch eaten while sitting in the doorway, legs dangling over the edge, 60 feet of empty air below. The repetition was soothing, predictable, safe. She talked to herself sometimes just to hear a human voice. Okay, Allison, let's do the noon scan. Starting north, nothing. Northeast, nothing. East, clear. Southeast. It felt silly but normal. The ranger who'd trained her, a weathered man named Tom with 30 years in fire lookouts, had mentioned it. Everyone talks to themselves up here. Don't worry about it. It's when you start getting answers from someone who isn't there that you should worry. He'd laughed when he said it. Allison thought about that joke often during the third week, when she started hearing the voices. It began small. A sound that might have been someone calling from the forest below. A distant hello that could have been a bird's cry or wind through a particular stand of trees. Allison would lean over the catwalk railing, binoculars ready, scanning for hikers. Nothing. The forest was empty. Olympic National Park was vast, nearly 1 million acres, and the Sunrise Ridge lookout sat in one of the most remote sections. The nearest trail was 4 miles away. Hikers almost never came this deep into the backcountry, and even if they did, they wouldn't be calling up at the tower. There was no trail to it. The only access was by helicopter. Still, sound carried strangely in the forest. Maybe someone was on a distant ridge, their voice bouncing through the valleys in unexpected ways. Allison went back to her book and tried to ignore the uneasy feeling crawling up her spine. The next day, she heard it again. This time it was clearer. Hello? Is anyone there? A woman's voice, young, coming from somewhere below the tower. Allison grabbed the binoculars and did a full sweep. The forest was thick. Visibility only extended maybe 200 feet before the canopy became too dense. but she should have been able to see movement, a flash of bright hiking gear, something. Nothing. "Hello?" Allison called down. "Where are you?" No response. She waited 5 minutes, then 10, watching the forest. The wind moved through the trees in waves, creating patterns of light and shadow that looked almost like people moving, but were just branches swaying. Allison's heart rate slowly returned to normal. Auditory hallucination, maybe. The ranger had mentioned that too, in passing. Isolation does weird things to your brain. You might hear things that aren't there, see things in your peripheral vision. It's normal. The brain doesn't like being understimulated. It makes up its own entertainment. Allison tried to accept that explanation, but the voice had sounded so real, so clear, not like wind or birds or any natural sound she'd heard in 3 weeks of living above the forest. That night during radio check-in, she almost mentioned it to the ranger station. But what would she say? "I heard a voice and I'm scared." They'd think she was cracking already 3 weeks in. They'd pull her out, send someone more experienced. And then where would she go? Back to Seattle? Back to the apartment where she'd felt like she was losing her mind? No, she could handle some auditory hallucinations. She was fine. Everything was fine. Sunrise Ridge. This is Kino Station. Evening check-in. Kino, Sunrise Ridge. All clear. No smoke. Visibility excellent. No concerns. Copy that. You doing okay up there, Allison? You sound tired. I'm good. Just ready for sleep. Fair enough. Get some rest. Kinolt clear. Allison set the radio down and looked out the windows at the darkening forest. The sun had set, leaving the world in that strange twilight where shapes became ambiguous and distances were impossible to judge. The trees seemed closer than they had during the day, their branches reaching upward like hands. She closed the shutters, metal panels that locked from the inside, turning the lookout into a sealed box, and lit the lantern. The ranger manual suggested leaving at least one window open for ventilation. But tonight, Allison wanted barriers. Walls, something between her and whatever was out there. She climbed into her cot and pulled the sleeping bag up to her chin, even though it wasn't cold. The lookout creaked in the wind, a sound she'd grown used to. Settling sounds, expansion and contraction. Normal. Then from outside, very close. Allison? She froze. Her name. Someone had said her name. Allison, are you awake? It was a man's voice. Familiar. It took her a moment to place it, and when she did, her blood went cold. It sounded exactly like David, her ex-boyfriend, the one she'd left, the one who didn't know where she'd gone because she'd been careful, so careful, to leave no forwarding address, to tell only her sister and her therapist where she'd be. I know you're in there, Allison. I just want to talk. This wasn't possible. David was in Seattle. David had no way of knowing where she was. David couldn't have followed her here, couldn't have climbed a 60-foot tower in the dark without her hearing it, but the voice was his. Every inflection, every familiar cadence that she'd learned to interpret for signs of oncoming anger. Allison lay perfectly still, not breathing. The lookout had no lock on the door. Fire lookouts were supposed to be accessible to anyone seeking emergency shelter. There was just a simple latch. If someone was really outside, they could open it. Allison, this is childish. Open the door. The voice was getting annoyed now. That edge creeping in, the one that meant she'd done something wrong, broken some invisible rule. But it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Tom's words came back to her. Isolation does weird things to your brain. This was a hallucination. A very specific, very cruel hallucination based on her fears. The brain making up entertainment, filling silence with the thing she was most afraid of hearing. Allison forced herself to take a slow breath. Then another. She counted to 60, then to 60 again. The voice outside continued for a few more minutes. Allison, I'm getting angry now. You know what happens when you make me angry. And then stopped. Silence returned. Just wind and trees. Allison didn't sleep that night. When dawn came, she opened the shutters with shaking hands. The forest was beautiful. Morning mist rising from the canopy, ravens calling, everything washed clean by dew. Normal, peaceful, exactly as it should be. There was no one on the catwalk, no footprints in the dust, no signs anyone had been there. Hallucination. It had been a hallucination. Allison made coffee with trembling hands and did her morning scan. Clear skies, no smoke, everything exactly as it was supposed to be. She radioed in her morning report, keeping her voice steady and professional. "Any concerns up there?" the ranger asked. "None, all clear." She spent the day trying to convince herself she was fine, read 3 chapters of her book without retaining a single word, ate lunch without tasting it, did her afternoon scan and saw smoke in every shadow until she looked directly at it and it resolved into nothing. The sun set too quickly. As twilight fell, Allison made a decision. She would not close the shutters tonight. She would prove to herself that there was nothing to fear. The voice had been her imagination, her brain playing tricks. Closing the shutters would be giving in to irrational fear. And she'd spent 8 months learning to recognize when fear was being used to control her. She would not be controlled. Not anymore. Not even by her own mind. Night came. Allison sat at the desk with her book, the lantern casting warm light across the pages. Outside the windows, the forest was a wall of darkness. She read, forcing herself to focus on the words. At 9:47 p.m., she heard footsteps on the stairs. Not imagined, not ambiguous. Clear, distinct footsteps. Someone climbing the 60 feet of wooden stairs that spiraled up to the lookout platform. Allison stood slowly, moving toward the window. The stairs were on the north side. She looked out. Nothing visible. Too dark. But she could hear them. Step, step, step. A steady rhythm, climbing higher. She grabbed the radio. "Kino Station, this is Sunrise Ridge. I have a situation. Someone is climbing my tower. Repeat, someone is accessing the lookout. I need immediate assistance." Static answered her. She tried again. "Kino Station, do you copy? This is an emergency." More static, then a voice breaking through. "Not alone. Never alone. Been watching." That wasn't the ranger station. That wasn't any voice she recognized. The footsteps reached the catwalk. Allison could hear them circling the cabin now, slow and deliberate. Walking around and around, just outside the walls, she backed into the center of the room holding the radio like a weapon. "Who are you? What do you want?" The footsteps stopped, right outside the door. Then a voice, soft, almost gentle. "Allison, you know who I am. You've always known. Let me in." It wasn't David's voice anymore. It was her mother's voice. Her mother who lived in California, and who Allison hadn't spoken to in 3 years after a fight about the relationship she refused to leave. "You were right, sweetheart. About everything. I should have listened. I'm sorry. Please, let me in. I came all this way to apologize." Tears started running down Allison's face before she could stop them. How many times had she wanted to hear those words? How many nights had she rehearsed the conversation where her mother finally understood, finally believed her? Her hand reached for the door latch, then stopped. Her mother was in California. Her mother didn't know where she was. Her mother couldn't have climbed this tower, and beneath the words, beneath the perfect imitation of her mother's voice, Allison heard something else. A sound like branches scraping together, like wind through hollow wood, like something that had learned to shape human words, but had never been human itself. "No," Allison whispered. The voice outside changed. No longer her mother. Now it was her sister. "Allison, it's me. Something's wrong. I need help. Please open the door." Then her therapist. "Allison, this behavior is concerning. We need to talk about your paranoia." Then David again. "You can't hide from me forever, you know that." Then Tom, the ranger who'd trained her. "Allison, check your fire finder. There's smoke. You need to see this." Then her own voice. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. A dozen voices cycling through everyone she knew, everyone she'd ever known, all begging or commanding or manipulating. Each voice perfect, exact, impossible. Allison pressed her hands over her ears, but she could still hear them. Not through her ears, through her bones vibrating up from the floorboards. She grabbed the Ranger manual from the shelf, the one Tom had left, and flipped frantically through pages about weather patterns and radio codes and fire behavior, until she found what she was half remembering. A section near the back, handwritten in faded ink. An addendum someone had added years ago. Additional notes for Olympic Peninsula. Lookouts. The Salish peoples have long traditions about the forests here. If you hear voices at night, especially voices of people you know, do not respond. Do not engage. Do not open your door. They call them stick Indians or wood people. They can mimic any sound they've heard. They collect voices like we collect firewood. If you answer them, they learn your voice too. And once they have your voice, they can call others using it. Stay inside. Do not look directly at them. Wait for dawn. They do not like daylight. If you must go outside, carry iron. They cannot abide iron. The entry ended there, unsigned, undated. Someone had written it and left it as a warning. Allison looked at her supplies. No iron, aluminum cookware, steel ladder, but she had no idea if steel would work. Iron, the note said. Specific. The voices outside had merged into a cacophony now. A chorus of everyone she'd ever known, all speaking at once, all demanding she open the door. And underneath it, that sound. Branches breaking, wood creaking, wind through hollow spaces where a throat should be. I know what you are, Allison said, her voice shaking but clear. You're not real. None of you are real. And I'm not opening this door. The voices stopped. Absolute silence, more complete than any silence should be in the forest at night. Then a single voice, low and old, and speaking in a language Allison didn't understand. Words that sounded like trees rubbing together in wind, like the forest itself learning to speak. Something scraped against the windows, not hands but branches. Long, thin, wrong. Tapping out a rhythm, testing the glass. Allison stood in the center of the room, holding the lantern, and waited for dawn. The voices came every night after that. Always at twilight when the light was failing. Always starting with familiar voices. Her mother, her sister, David, friends she hadn't spoken to in years. Cycling through everyone she'd ever cared about, looking for the combination that would make her open the door. During the day, the forest was normal. Allison did her scans, reported clear skies, maintained her routine. She found she could function on 3 hours of sleep, 4 if she was lucky. She stopped closing her eyes during the day, afraid of what she might hear when she wasn't watching. The radio became unreliable. Sometimes it worked fine, and the ranger station answered her check-ins normally. Sometimes it dissolved into static and voices that weren't quite human, speaking in frequencies that made her teeth ache. She learned to tell the difference. Real radio transmissions had a specific click when the transmission ended. The other voices had no click, just a sense of something listening on the other end, waiting for her to say the wrong thing. She found the iron by accident during the 4th week, cleaning supplies under the sink, and there, behind the bottles of bleach and dish soap, an old railroad spike. Rusty, heavy, cold to the touch. She had no idea what it was doing in a fire lookout tower, but she carried it with her constantly after that, slept with it under her pillow. The next time the voices came, she held the spike and said nothing. The tapping on the windows continued for hours but never broke through. The thing outside seemed frustrated, angry. The voices grew harsher, more desperate, but it did not come inside. Dawn always brought relief. The voices would fade with the darkness, and Allison would open the shutters to find the forest peaceful again. Birds singing, normal sounds. She'd make her coffee and do her morning scan and pretend everything was fine. But she was losing weight. She could feel her ribs now when she touched her side. Food tasted like ash. Sleep came in stolen minutes, never deep enough to dream. Her hands shook constantly. During the evening check-in on day 34, the ranger asked again, "Allison, you doing okay? You sound rough." "I'm fine, just tired." "When was the last time you got a full night's sleep?" "I sleep fine." "We can rotate you out early if you need. No shame in it. This job isn't for everyone." And go where? Back to Seattle? Back to a world where she had to watch her back, where every notification on her phone might be David finding her again? "I'm fine," she repeated. 2 more weeks. I can make 2 more weeks." "Your call. But if you need extraction, just say the word." "Copy that." That night, the thing outside changed tactics. Instead of voices calling from beyond the door, it started speaking from inside the lookout. Allison was sitting at the desk eating cold beans from a can when she heard her own voice behind her. "You're not going to make it." She spun around. The cabin was empty. Just her cot, her supplies, her pack. Nothing else. 2 more weeks, her voice said, but she wasn't speaking. "You can't last 2 more weeks." "Shut up," Allison whispered. "You're losing your mind. You know that, right? This is what crazy feels like. David was right about you. You're unstable, paranoid, making up threats that don't exist. You're not real. Then why are you answering?" Her voice laughed. Allison's laugh, but wrong, too sharp. "Why are you talking to yourself, Allison? That's not healthy." She grabbed the railroad spike and held it up. "Iron. You can't touch iron." "I'm not touching anything. I'm inside your head now. You let me in when you listened. Every time you answered, every time you acknowledged the voices, you opened a door. Not that door." Allison's voice laughed again. "A different door, the one inside you. This isn't real." "Then prove it. Open the door. Go outside. If I'm not real, there's nothing to be afraid of." Allison's hand moved toward the latch. She watched it move, watched her fingers reach for the metal and couldn't stop them. Some part of her brain had disconnected from her motor control. She was a passenger in her own body. "That's it. Just open it. Let's settle this once and for all." Her fingers touched the latch. The radio crackled to life. "Sunrise Ridge. This is Kino Station. Emergency transmission. We have reports of a lightning strike in your sector. Do you copy?" Real radio. Real voice. The click at the end of the transmission. Allison yanked her hand back from the door and grabbed the radio. "Kino, I copy. Where's the strike?" "Approximately 2 miles northeast of your position. Are you seeing smoke?" She grabbed the binoculars and did a scan of the northeast sector. There, a thin column of gray rising above the tree line. An actual fire, an actual emergency. Something real and concrete and part of the job she was here to do. Confirmed. Single smoke column, thin, approximately 2 miles northeast. Appears to be early stage. Copy that. Fire crew is mobilizing. Keep monitoring and report any changes. Will do. Sunrise Ridge standing by. The voice inside the cabin was silent. Allison spent the rest of the night tracking the fire. It stayed small. The lightning strike had hit a snag, a standing dead tree, which burned bright and hot but didn't spread to the surrounding forest. By morning, the fire crew had reached it and called in containment. But it had given Allison something. Focus. Purpose. A reminder that she was here to do a job, and she was good at her job. The voices, whatever they were, hallucination or something worse, couldn't change that. She'd survived David's mind games for 2 years. She'd survived by learning to trust herself, by learning to distinguish real threats from manufactured ones, by learning that sometimes the voice telling you you're crazy is the one you should ignore most of all. The thing in the forest was doing the same thing David had done, trying to make her doubt herself, trying to make her believe she was the problem, trying to isolate her from reality until she had no choice but to rely on it for truth. But Allison had learned that game, and she'd learned how to win. The last 2 weeks were the hardest. The thing stopped pretending, stopped using familiar voices, started using sounds it had collected from the forest. A child crying, An injured animal screaming. A woman calling for help. The sounds animals and people make when they're dying. Allison stopped responding. Stopped acknowledging. She did her job. Tracked weather patterns, reported clear skies, and when night fell, she sat in the center of the room with the railroad spike and waited for dawn. The thing grew frustrated. The sounds outside became less controlled, more raw. Branches breaking, something large moving around the tower, the whole structure shaking as it climbed and descended, testing the walls. But it never came inside. On day 42, the helicopter arrived. Allison saw it coming from miles away, heard the thump of rotors echoing across the valleys. She gathered her pack, cleaned the lookout, left everything exactly as she'd found it. The Ranger manual with its handwritten warning went back on the shelf for the next person. When the helicopter touched down on the small landing pad beside the tower, Tom was piloting. He waved at her, shouting something she couldn't hear over the engine noise. Allison climbed in, strapped herself into the seat, and didn't look back as they lifted off. Below, the forest spread out in endless green. Beautiful, vast, ancient, and somewhere down there, something watched her go. Tom handed her a headset. His voice crackled through. "You did good up there. 42 days, that's a full rotation." "Yeah. You look rough, though. You okay?" Allison looked out at the forest sliding past below. "I heard things at night. Most people do. Isolation plays tricks." These weren't tricks. Tom was quiet for a moment, then. "My grandfather was Salish. He told me stories about the Olympics. About things that live in the deep forest away from the trails. Things that learned to speak by listening. He said they're always there, always watching, but they only speak to people who are alone. What do they want? Company, maybe. Or maybe they're just curious. Or maybe they're testing us, seeing what we're made of." He glanced at her. "The fact that you're sitting here means you passed." "I didn't feel like I passed. I felt like I was going crazy. The line between those two things gets real thin sometimes. But you didn't open the door. That's what matters." The helicopter flew on, carrying her away from Sunrise Ridge, back toward civilization, back toward a world with other people and noise and light. Allison closed her eyes, listening to the engine, letting the vibration travel through her bones. She thought about the railroad spike in her pack. She'd kept it. A reminder, maybe. Or a tool. Just in case. Because the thing she'd learned, up in that tower, wasn't just about surviving isolation. It was about learning to trust her own mind again. Learning that sometimes the scary voice telling you you're broken is the real threat. And the voice telling you to hold on, to wait for dawn, to trust yourself, is the one worth listening to. Allison returned to Seattle 3 days later. She moved into a new apartment, 3rd floor, door painted blue, a broom hanging by the entrance. Superstition, maybe, but she'd learned that some traditions exist for good reasons. David tried to contact her twice. She blocked him both times without reading the messages. Whatever power his voice had once held was gone. She'd heard worse. She'd survived worse. The nightmares came for a while. Dreams of being back in the tower, hearing the voices, reaching for the door latch. But they faded. Slowly, but they faded. 6 months later, she got an email from the Forest Service. They were looking for experienced lookouts for the next summer season. Sunrise Ridge was available. Would she be interested in another rotation? Allison stared at the email for a long time. Her therapist would probably say it was a bad idea. That she needed more recovery time. That going back to the place where she'd nearly broken wasn't healthy. But Allison remembered something else. She hadn't broken. She'd bent. She'd barely held on. But she hadn't broken. And there was something powerful in that. Something she didn't want to lose. She typed her response. "Yes. I'm interested." Because here's what Allison had learned, both from David and from the thing in the forest. The voices that try to control you only have the power you give them. They can't make you open the door. They can't make you doubt yourself unless you let them. And she was done letting them. The Yanault Ranger Station keeps a file on Sunrise Ridge Lookout. It's thicker than the files for other lookouts, full of incident reports that never quite explain what happened. 1994. Lookout reported voices in the trees and requested early extraction after 3 weeks. 2001. Lookout abandoned post without notice. Found walking on a forest road 12 miles away, claiming they wouldn't stop calling. 2008. Lookout completed full rotation, but filed a report about non-standard auditory phenomena that was archived without follow-up. 2015. Lookout hospitalized for exhaustion and dehydration. Claimed she stopped sleeping because of the visitors. 2019. Allison Chen completed a full 42-day rotation, filed no incident reports, requested return assignment for the following season. The ranger who manages the file sometimes looks at that 2019 entry and wonders what the difference was. What made Allison survive when others broke? The answer isn't in the file. The answer is in the things Allison learned in that tower during 42 nights of voices calling her name. Sometimes the scariest thing isn't what's outside your door. Sometimes it's the voice inside your head telling you that you deserve to be afraid. And sometimes survival means learning the difference between the two. Tom retired the next year. His replacement, a young ranger named Katie, asked him about Sunrise Ridge during the handoff. "I've read the files. What's actually going on up there?" Tom thought about his grandfather's stories, about things in the forest that collect voices like people collect photographs, about how loneliness can open doors that should stay closed, about the difference between superstition and survival. "My advice," he said finally, "when you brief people for that posting, tell them 3 things. 1. Bring iron. 2. Don't answer voices you can't see. 3. The forest is older than we are, and sometimes it likes to remind us of that." "That's not a real answer." "No," Tom agreed, "but it's the only answer I've got." Katie sent Allison back to Sunrise Ridge in June 2020. Allison packed the same railroad spike, the same supplies, the same determination. The voices came again that summer. They always did. But Allison knew them now, knew their patterns, knew how to sit in silence while they raged outside her walls, knew that dawn always came, knew that surviving meant holding on to yourself even when everything around you insisted you were the problem. She completed another full rotation, and another the summer after that. People started calling her the Sunrise Ridge Specialist, the one who could handle the isolation, the silence, the peculiar challenges of that particular posting. They didn't know the real reason she kept going back. The real reason was this. In that tower, 60 feet above the forest floor, surrounded by voices trying to make her doubt herself, Allison had learned she was stronger than the things that tried to break her, and that was a lesson worth remembering. Every single summer,